not
little
apple. Apple?
mics.
Yeah, sure.
All I hear while
know-
I'm trying to do my intro is you guys beating the fuck out of each other.
That is hilarious.
Yeah.
Keep it in.
Like, I'm trying to talk and I just hear dun 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 dun. I'm like, what the fuck?
You know what's
Alright,
what's
who wants
really
poison?
funny? You know what's really funny about using the apple skins?
Something just falling over.
Pride's skin, they're only translucent on the underlayer, but the top layer is not.
Oh,
It's
no.
translucent for both for me.
Yeah, but I have apple skin, which makes the
Oh.
You mean
I still
3D
can't hear you.
skins?
Yeah, shut up. It's apple skin. I don't care.
I can't
No,
I
it's
think-
not.
Isn't
Apple
Apple
skin is
Skin the
entirely
one that
different.
does fucking like food shit?
Yeah, apple skin is food.
Yeah, to be honest, I was thinking you meant like I forgot that apple skin was like a mod, and I was
Listen,
I
I
just
do
thought
not
you were
care.
talking about like actual apple skin.
I wish.
August,
What?
these two coordinates are so far away.
They shouldn't be.
No.
You wanna know something? August has given me 2 coordinates that are right next to each other. Not even 100
Yeah.
blocks.
Yeah, mine
Same
too.
bytes.
I think mine are just this way a little bit.
August,
What?
The illusion
Wait, hold
of
on.
choice.
where is this? Oh, never mind then. It's close.
I was gonna say, they're all relatively close.
I saw.
Like, I
the
think
one-
every single one of them is less than 1,000 blocks at least.
Listen, August. I saw that it was like a 5-digit number, and my brain broke because I.
I
forgot
also
we
If you
are
say
at
so.
World. That we are at world spawn.
Yeah, no, world spawn was, like I was describing in the chat, it's like, the only option specifically for, like, 8's biome was an area about this size. Like, the size of spawn, if like,
it was smaller.
actually, it was, like, half this, actually.
Yeah.
I can't hear you.
Apple Pride. Oh my God. Go into your.
Apple Pride.
No.
But yeah, it was half this, and all of the biomes were further away, so we chose to move
No,
it.
okay.
Poison.
Yeah, I'm really cool like that.
Okay. You can.
Who
figure
did you
out
poison?
How to fix it through going to your keybinds and seeing if the voice chat settings is bound, because when I did it, it was not bound, so you have to redo that one. And then you can make it not be toggle.
Flowers.
This is my first time using the voice mod, by the way. I don't know how it works.
The Florin and B origins are just
Mr. White,
thriving over there.
I need to grow. I have not watched Breaking Bad.
I'm
You're
built
communicating.
for
They
this,
are.
please.
They're communicating through the flowers,
Oh,
which is
none of
expected.
None of these blocks are loading for me. Oh, there you go.
Oh.
Hell yeah.
I love how everyone is like, oh yeah,
Flower
I'm like
wars.
generally
Flower
warm,
wars.
generally like dressed for warm weather. No, I'm Night Spice biome. What do you want from me?
I've just got a frickin'
I'm-
moss layover on my body.
I'm wearing a fucking robe. You think I'm ready for cold?
I'm wearing a whole fur coat. I don't know what to tell
Sucks
you.
to suck, you guys. I'm on an island. I'm tropical. Hey.
Who did that?
Thank you so much, Axa. Thank you so much, Funny. Thank you. This is fucking hilarious.
Thanks, Funny. You're so cool.
That's
I
so
love
funny.
the perfect
Oh, did you do the gong?
timings on the sound.
August, I do not have food, and you cannot. I don't know.
Well, no one has food.
You have no food.
Don't beat him up.
Say, I
Boy.
haven't lost any hunger.
Hey,
But
hey,
then I
hey,
remember
hey.
I
Gave me
can't lose
food.
hunger.
I know what you
Don't
are.
tell them you gave me food.
Well, you just told them.
You too.
No, I didn't.
Here, let's walk over here and repeat that.
Ooh, I want
No. This is the secret club.
Slow fall, slow fall. Yippee! Fuck you, I'm slow falling.
I'm
I
gonna
wish
go
I was
kill
quick
Oh wait,
falling.
you have that too.
Okay, who needs food? Come over here.
Oh wait, hold on.
And let me know what you
Slowly
eat.
I
swim
would
over.
like I would like
Yeah, I
some
ran out of food.
assorted fruit and berries.
I'm not gonna give you
I'm gonna
berries.
miss
Bugs,
that.
but they don't have bugs.
Just because I'm giving you these now, eat them and don't use them for farming.
Literally
What do you
just
eat?
any kind of meat.
Okay. There you go. Anyone else?
Why do I have
I
wheat
don't
seeds?
eat.
I'm gonna run off in the distance.
I
Don't
require.
eat.
Okay, bye.
I require sustenance in the form of vegetation.
Okay.
L.
I hope this is the right direction.
Oh my god.
Wait, hang on.
Queen.
Lily, get
Yeah.
back here. Lily,
What?
get back
We
here.
both
What?
have
I need
white
to know which
trees.
of the two of us is the superior
Hell yeah.
Splatoon player. What rank are you?
Emo
Right
core,
now,
sorry.
S, but only because I lost
Hey,
my
hey, don't start getting stuff yet. No, no.
after the
Okay.
season, and I've been having
Put
That's
the
that's
tree
my
back.
wood.
and I haven't-
That's
that's her wood anyway. You can't even touch it.
Oh, you're a.
Oh,
you're
you're
in the
just a
birch forest.
baby.
My rank last season was B.
I don't know how to help you.
That's so cute.
No, I was
I
having
cannot
fucking
leave to help you.
so much fun in the last Rainmaker rotation.
I know,
right?
I know. We
Literally.
should play Splatoon.
Ultra
sometime.
stamp, clear out all the enemies. My team just sits there.
Yeah.
You're gonna die, actually.
I
Just
use
stop hitting
charges,
you.
So I'm just really mean.
Where did 8 go?
I used to play dualies, but then I
I don't know.
so I
Don't
got,
ask me.
fuck it, we're going meta.
Look for the mushroom man.
Stealing wood.
Hey,
I gotta go.
hey, stop that! Hey, I knew it was too quiet. God damn it, you motherfucker!
Dead.
Scarlett's probably still starting stream.
Am I allowed to go? Am I allowed to go kill some fish?
Scarlett's gonna like come back
I
to the
figured out
server and
what's wrong
everyone's gonna
with,
be gone.
I crave food. August, I
I-
crave food.
I thought I gave you food.
I
What?
figured out what's wrong
Yes.
with. I figured
You
out
gave
what's
me
wrong
two.
with
Then eat them.
So Pride's
still
currently
can't
on
heal.
the Mac because they're letting me use their laptop,
Mhm.
and the voice chat mod doesn't support Mac.
Oh, okay. Well, you can type to the best of your ability until you two are switched then.
Yeah.
Well, in theory, oh, I was gonna say in.
And you
theory,
can
we
hear
could
us,
just
so that
go
works.
into in theory, we could all just go into a VC and just mute everyone mute except for Pride.
Well, I feel like if it works for everyone but Pride for now, we can just do this.
Yeah.
Because at the very least, Pride can
Yeah.
hear us.
my computer was brought into the shop today, so it should be fixed anytime soon.
Oh, that's awesome.
So
I crave for fish.
Hey, do you need more food? Did you eat it already?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm a hungry little guy. Oh.
Jesus.
Oh, I was hoping to get the first kill. Can I get the second kill? Where's the
here's
answer?
your
I'm gonna get a second
I
kill
want.
on this
I
server.
want to know
Send me
who's my
because
neighbor.
wanna do this.
I was getting your
Wait,
hearts
get-
back.
get
That's
your
all I was
book.
doing.
I have my book.
Wait. Okay.
Does everybody
I'm gonna
have
go
their
back and chop
book?
that tree.
Yes.
My-
I am. Oh. Hold on.
You're missing a book. Pride, you're missing a book.
Pride.
Pride, you're missing a book. You're either
My
missing a rule
options-
book or the
my
swamp book.
My options are
You need a rule book.
1,000 to 3,000 blocks away.
Okay, well, that tells me nothing. My first one.
In the
Is-
negatives.
Mine are both double negatives.
Yeah.
Oh yes. Oh, we are
Well,
in.
actually,
negatives.
I think everyone's
Everyone's in
is.
the
That
negative
doesn't really.
quadrant.
See, yeah. My first one is negative 79,465.
Not right,
Negative
Oh.
29573.
Oh, mine is negative
Yes, good. I'm really stressed now.
79209 and negative 31589.
My second one is negative 73082. Negative 26592.
I think I remember Birch Forest near me, but I know Queen's probably gonna grab this
Where-
one.
Where I'm.
So I'm looking at this.
My second
one,
option is negative
I'm a
7,
picky ass bitch, so I'm probably gonna suffer and get the one that's 30,000 blocks away.
Hmm.
Very far.
I really kind of.
Unless
wanna,
this is a typo, because this says.
August.
Let me
I
see.
Really
So
wanna,
we're at negative 78, negative 30. This one.
Negative
second one is
30,000.
78. Yeah.
Yeah.
The second one is negative 78,000, positive 26,000.
I probably just accidentally didn't put the negative.
Anyway, I kind of want to choose my second option purely
Because I was slightly panicked because we had moved spawn at that point and I hadn't expected for us to move spawn. So I was just scrambling to put the coords in.
I kind of want to choose my second option because the second coordinate is -33369.
That's amazing. That's so fucking good.
I think I'm gonna choose it purely because of the -33369.
Let's see. My first one is -78,700, and then mine,
Okay.
Hey.
Wow.
Hey!
Papa.
Hey, what are you doing?
Teleport him right now! Teleport him right now!
Our main source.
What the hell? You weren't supposed to start, pussy boy!
What? I wasn't told that!
Free kills!
You are killing my ears. I gotta change that.
Yippee!
Yeah,
My items.
Yeah, 8's gotta be turned down.
Hey.
If we all have to turn 8, maybe turn down your amplification a little bit.
I gotta be loud as
Select speaker. Which one is it? Adjust volumes. 8.
hair. Is this better?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my
You don't have
option,
to adjust the volumes anymore, it's fine.
my option 1 is -78,700, negative
8,
31, 30,
What's the hair?
3,100, and then what are you doing?
My second option's coordinates, the second half of it is -33369.
Second murder.
I love murder.
And then I've got -77,000,
Almost there.
-30,000.
Why did you just give me 5 logs? Hello?
Those are mine.
Oh.
I
No.
was murdered.
No. They're mine now.
Every day I miss my birch boat.
What the fuck?
Scary.
Fuck you! Bee powers!
Where are you?
I have slow falling now.
Okay, you crazy motherfuckers. Hey, don't kill Queen.
Sorry, we're just beating the fuck out of each other.
Flower.
Stop this.
Flower.
Who
No
is
beating
someone
each other up.
It's
Flower.
Scarlet that.
Flower.
Am I invisible?
No.
Oh,
How is she so loud?
Oh, do I need to turn myself down?
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Maybe a little bit more.
Please.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. Is that better or more?
That's
More.
More.
Okay.
Well, if she's still really loud, we can turn her down on our end.
How
Oh, yeah,
about
we can turn
now?
her
Okay,
down.
that's
I feel like that's good. That's good.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Okay.
turn it on myself.
Hey, it's better. It's better than the static noise that we were
No,
hearing
we
earlier
need
when we were testing
flowers,
it.
Damn it.
yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, I tried to fix. I fixed the
Fucking
inlet
flowers, there
threshold
we
and
go.
all of that. But hey, Cap, you want to tell everyone about her if you haven't already?
Sure.
This stream?
So, I think this is almost everyone we're gonna have. So I might as well explain everything. Welcome everybody, by the way, first and foremost. So glad you guys can be here. We are missing a few members for anyone on the streams that doesn't know. But they should be on the server sometime while it's open, because it's gonna be open 24/7 now. But
Who has a soundboard already?
it's funny. It's funny.
It's funny.
Funny. I'm
Yes.
as your mother. I'm pretty disappointed.
What the fuck? I'm hitting the gong for that one.
So anyway, to describe the server, welcome to Kingdoms SMP, by the way. It is called Kingdoms SMP because every single person that is on this server has been designated a specific biome. And what that means is you can only build and collect resources in your biome.
Okay.
So you can trade with other people to get different resources. So for instance, I'm in the Dark Oak Forest. So if I wanted like spruce or something, I would trade with whoever has spruce.
For instance, I'm in the ice spikes biome, and there are no.
And you're gonna need
on.
to trade for like everything.
I'm gonna need to trade for food.
And on top of that, we have like specific rules for making alliances and starting wars and things like that to make things kind of specific. And to make things cooler and a little bit more difficult, we added the Origins mod. And for anyone who doesn't know what the Origins mod is, it adds in mod-based races, essentially. So, I am the... I don't remember what I'm called. But we have, like,
You're an evoker.
Yes, I kept thinking V as, like, the first letter, which was throwing me.
Hello?
Vagina! I know this one.
A+! But we have, like, a B origin. We have, the Florin, Avian, and, like...
Hero flowers.
Yes. So we all have special powers. We all have buffs and debuffs. Like, for instance, the avian has to sleep at a specific altitude, and whenever they sleep, they pop out an egg.
Dude, I almost picked that one, but then I was like, I'm not building a tower in the mangrove biome. It's gonna look. So I didn't do that.
And some of us. Yeah. So for like the debuffs, it's usually something having to do with your food. So for like our undead character, they have to eat like rotten flesh.
Oh my god, it has a use. Finally.
Yeah, they have to eat exactly. They have to eat rotten flesh.
Can't wait till they make a zombie farm.
Literally, they burn in the sunlight, stuff like that. So all of us have buffs and debuffs. Some better than others. Some more aggressive than others as far as like affecting your gameplay. But all pretty cool. Oh yeah, that's.
Oh, right.
That's 8. That's 8. And mine I've showed off a couple times. My like power is.
Also, I think it's a scam that.
Whoa.
I would.
Sorry, Pride. You were just the closest.
I would show off
And also far away from everyone else, so I could have less blowback. But yeah, that's pretty much everything.
Yeah, I would show off my powers if it was A, a full moon, and B, if I had wolves.
That's fair.
That sounds amazing.
Oh, what?
Wait. Hold on.
What do you eat?
Constantly
What do you eat?
anything.
Okay. I'm giving people a little bit of food since we've lost some hunger running around and just chilling at spawn.
I'm actually
Beating the
okay.
shit out of each other.
Yeah, we've also been beating the fuck out of each other. You haven't been moving too much, so you're probably fine.
Okay. Also, am I the reason that the grass is growing because I picked plants?
Yes.
Okay.
No, that's me.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you switch yours?
Well, I haven't switched it yet. I was
Wasn't
gonna let
Scarlet
Chat help
supposed to be?
pick.
Okay. Yeah. She chose a different one. I gave her an orb so she could switch it.
I can just.
I have to fix
also
it.
can just howl and I get speed and strength apparently.
You howl.
I
Which
go
origin
G.
is Mom using?
Which?
You press the G. That's how you activate your
Howl.
ability. But
You
you don't
won't.
have a.
Howl, do it. You won't.
That
already
is
howled.
something I'm gonna.
Wait, so we can't hear it?
No, no, you can't, and it's so sad because it actually has a sound. There's actually a howl sound.
Do it again. Do it again.
Give us a howl every time.
It has a cooldown.
Wait,
Leave me alone.
Oh wait, tell us when the cooldown's done so we can just all be quiet.
Hold on, cooldown's done, guys.
Okay, everybody
Oh, you can't hear it, can you?
Oh no, that was sad. That was so disappointing.
In real life.
Yeah, give us a good howl. Beautiful.
I'm a little guy.
Just a little
I'm
dude.
actually a little guy. I am very tall.
I go in search of my
Aren't you
biome.
supposed to be
Yeah,
short?
since we've explained everything and pretty much everyone's here, feel free to go off and do your thing.
I think I go this way.
Hold on. What are
I'm going
directions?
this way. Both
sure
of my
I'm bad at
cords are
math.
in this way.
They took my
I'm going
boat
this way.
away.
I do
where are
not
my
have food.
cords?
I'm going back for food. Give me food.
My boat. This is.
Please, I require food. Captain Arby.
Okay, mine's this way, huh?
Captain Arby.
What's up?
Captain Arby, I'm starving.
Captain Arby. What do you eat? Veggies?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll give you a little bit more since veggies don't give you too much. There you go. Bye-bye.
I'm gonna be fucking eating bread until I get gold carrots.
Okay, so our place is this way. I also already know where the mansion is, so I can play with that. Oh, here we are! My lad! Okay, let's explore it first and decide if we want to keep it, or if we want to move to the other one. There's also, like... I have to have a lot of space because I'm making walls and like a quote unquote mansion. So, oh, you're very much on the edge of my biome, so I'm gonna just beat the fuck out of you and take some shit. I think I saw it. Yes. Queen, is that you?
Yes.
Hi.
I'm exploring the 2 biomes.
Yeah, I'm exploring mine over here to see if I like it. I didn't know. Oh my god. So before stream started, rude. So before stream start, oh, there's the jungle. Oh my gosh, I could be next to Levi. Levi's not here tonight because we've had several people's PCs or laptops specifically crap out on them right before we were gonna do this, like a couple days prior. And Levi's was one of them. But Levi's either waiting for it to get fixed or for their PC to come in because they got a PC for Christmas. So they aren't here, sadly. I don't know if I like this one. I don't know if it's big enough to my, like, it's big enough for me to build, but I don't know if it's as big as I want it. But yeah, I know where the mansion is already, so I can, once I'm built up enough, I can go and get the allays, because that's going to be one of my main trade sources. Oh, it even goes over here, so it's like all the way over the edge of this. The nice thing about my biome is that I'm not short on like any type of trees other than spruce and like acacia, but I'm not gonna want acacia. But yeah. Okay, it even goes over here. But yeah, before we started things, I was blasting music. And it was pretty funny. Because I was just running around blasting music from my Echo Dot. And everyone could hear it, so I was just running around singing. It was pretty funny. I switched it for stream, obviously. But yeah. I feel like I kind of like this, maybe. Oh, but there's already a forest fire. Here, let's take this out since it's in my biome. I gotta take care of shit. Oh my god. Alright, here. Let's take care of this bit. Yeah, see, it's spreading. I don't want it to spread too far into the forest. So let's cut off where it can reach. Alright, I think we're good. Whoops. That's alright. I still have some leftover food. Hopefully it won't spread any further than that. Oh, we have more over there. So, we also each have different, not different, but we each have rule books. And the rule books, let me go through the rules, actually. 1. Griefing and stealing are allowed for lore-related purposes, i.e. war-related stuff. Griefing and stealing aren't going to be anything that we should worry about too much. But I say lore-related purposes. This is like a loose lore server. So anyone who wants to have lore for their character and like stuff can go ahead. I have a little bit of lore. Excuse me. No lag machines, anything, aka things that cause excessive lag. XP farms are allowed. Mainly because the layover for XP farms and like say a zombie farm are pretty much the exact same, so I don't want to like hinder anybody that has like a specific food source. Only build in your designated biome. Use F3 to confirm. So if you think you're going out of your biome, check it. Only harvest in your biome. Only exception is if you enter a cave in your biome and cross over into other biomes mid-caving. So you can't enter a cave in a different biome, but you can still harvest in it if you entered the cave in your biome. So if I find a cave that's on the very edge of my biome and it happens to cross over into, say, birch, that's fine. Trade, make allies, make enemies, and grow your kingdoms. You are allowed 1 outpost in another instance of your biome. We can only build in one set of our biome, like one instance of it. So, for instance, my biome's right here. If I had another instance of my biome on the opposite side of the jungle that isn't connected to this one, they're 2 separate instances. I could build in this one, and I could build an outpost in the other one. A little complex, but we did it specifically so people wouldn't be building everywhere. If a river cuts through your biome and does not connect to itself, so on the other side, so for instance, if like I was saying, if a river cuts through your biome, and your biome does not connect all the way around the river on either end, then you can only live on one side of that river unless the other side is like your outpost. Villages are free for everyone to pilfer unless the village has been claimed by the biome owner as part of their living space. I can't do that. I can, like, pilfer the village, but I can't trade with villagers. That's part of my evoker thing, is that it physically does not let me. Also, I have I have the bad omen already because there were, like, several of those guys wandering around by spawn, and I killed them so they wouldn't stick around when people spawned in. However, other world gen builds are owned by the biome owner by default. So, for instance, like temples or my Dark Oak Mansion, those are specific to our biomes, so they are ours. But because like a village can be in almost every biome, that's free for all. All alliances must have a document with every party's signature stating the extent of the alliance's impact. You are not new, Semi. Hello. Please use simple voice mod when on the server and refrain from using Discord. We almost switched because Pride was struggling, but because Pride shouldn't be struggling for too much longer, because Pride had to switch laptops because Queen is borrowing their usual laptop for gaming. But because it's only one person, we're just sticking with simple voice. And if you have any questions about the rules, don't hesitate to ask. Anything that isn't in the book, I think we've already discussed as a group, so everyone knows them. I do kind of like this one, but I might want to check out the other one just in case. But like, see, I have birch, oak, and dark oak in my biome, which is very nice. I get to oh no, not a witch. Oh shit, creeper. I still need one more wool. But yeah, I might look at my other biome to see if I like it. They honestly might be connected. Oh, it is so dark. I'm gonna have to get so many torches to light this fucker up. I can't see for shit. I have, like, lights all around me for my setup, but it's hindering me so much. I might just have to hide in a hole. Ooh, I connect on the other side, I think, so I get this river. What am I seeing? Oh, it's a spider. Yeah, I think I connect on the other side, so I think I get the other side of the river as well. Oh, fuck. Okay, so it looks like we're just gonna be in here for the night. They might be connected, honestly. Where am I? Okay, maybe not. That's fine. I also gave myself books for the mansion coordinates and then the materials for my house and my gate. I'm gonna make walls and a gate and everything. It's gonna be crazy. I tried to make it so I would be able to have a working gate, but with my gate style, the way I'm building it, I cannot, sadly. Baby, my turn. I just want to fill up the hole, goddammit. Fuck off. Oh, damn. Okay. Let's go head back. Bye, Blitz. Bye, Blitz. Anyway, let's go head back to our biome. I'm so glad my biome's just right here. This is mine. I had to double check. This is mine. Right? Oh, it's beach. Well, it's on the edge of mine. I'm good. Count it. Piggles. Actually, where was the area that I found the... It was right here. Okay, so maybe there's like a... It was right around here. Maybe there's a third sheep that I missed. Ow. I need to stop doing that. I'm like not paying attention whatsoever to where I go, and it's to my detriment. Okay. Jesus. Yeah, new SMP. What? The swamp woman. Okay, anyway, sorry. For anyone who wants to say their pronouns in chat, feel free. My pronouns, I'm trying out he, they. So, you gave me 2 of the same biome. Whoops. I don't know where I died. It was somewhere along the river. But yeah, anyone who wants to say their pronouns in chat, feel free. Like I said, I am trying out he, they. I don't know how far I went. I think I was back over there somewhere. Or maybe I was further up the river. I might have been further up the river, like that way. White flowers! Yes, please. I can't remember if it's white flowers I need or something else, but I'm gonna take these. Or no, I needed any type of flower, I think, yeah? Yeah, I don't remember where I was. It was pitch black. Okay, since we're not around anybody else, I'm gonna turn up the music a little bit so you guys can hear it better. Okay, so what was... They are mine. Sorry, I just want to make sure that I caught everything about the, other biome. Okay, so I was following up here. If I find the fire, I'll find where I was. Essentially. Edgar the Second. Oh no! Edgar! For anyone who didn't know, we were doing bonding stuff for a previous server that we were gonna do, which fell out. But we were doing like these bonding streams where we all just played games and hung out and everything. And during one of those, Lily claimed a cat and called it Edgar. Okay. Damn, Pride! What is Pride up to that they're getting killed repeatedly by that shit? Like, damn. Okay, here's the fire. Oh, yes, it was this river. Okay. I think it was over here. Yeah, my biome's gonna be pretty dangerous. I think I was further this way. I need to get my food back. I had some food on me. From the, what is it called? I think I was this way. I mean, I can make soup. That's something I can do. I can make soup. What is... I don't remember what Pride's biome was, so I don't even know. Oh, duh. Pride's biome's the swamp. I completely forgot about that. So that means Pride, my stuff! Yay! But that means Pride's gonna have a hell of a time with witches. They're still surrounded by swamp. Okay. Whew, good. I didn't want to lose my stuff. We have food now. I'm happy. I eat pronouns. I didn't even see that. Honestly, I don't remember where the mansion is. I know I have the coordinates for it, but I haven't looked. I might be heading toward the mansion. I see more, off in the distance, I see more, like, jungle. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Got lava going on over here. Shit. I know that the, like... The mansion was on, like, a hilly area of my biome. I don't remember where, though. I'm also going somewhat far away from spawn, currently. Just trying to, like, scope everything out. I think I want to be closer to spawn. Because spawn's going to be the central area. Like, we get one outpost at spawn. Or not one outpost, but, like, one stall at spawn. Because we're going to do, like a shop type thing. I mean, this isn't horribly far, but... I had to force that one, but I felt it in my throat. Okay, anyway. I don't know where I want to be. I feel like down here is probably fine. Like, over back that way is probably okay. I gotta find my way back down now. I think Queen is choosing a different instance of their biome instead of the one that's near spawn, so I don't think anyone's gonna be close to me unless Levi decides that this is the jungle for them. I have literally nothing because I've been running around doing this. But it's fine. We can build up stuff. I'm not too worried. It's gonna take a while for everybody to build their houses, so. Ooh, I have to actually see if mine connects to the other side. I have to know how much. Okay, so my biome does not connect on the other side. They're two separate instances. So this would be my... Anyway. I think this'll be mine. I have to figure out... I have to, like, get up onto a tree and be able to see all this shit. Maybe I should up my render distance for this. Egg! Amazing. Amazing. I think, to begin with, I'm definitely gonna want, like, pillars at each edge of my biome or something. Something similar. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna want to be closer. On mobile for a bit, gotta cook that right. Hell yeah, I got some fucking rice? Dude, I had Moe's for dinner. Um... But I had moose for dinner and it was so fucking good. Oh my god. Oh my god, this isn't happening again. These people need to stop messaging me. I'm trying to do shit. A period, because I'm pissed. Because their messaging is making me die. Anyway. Anyway. Yeah, I think I'll be somewhere around here. Closer to spawn. A cow! I'm remembering you. Okay, I have to get up onto the trees so I can see how much space I have to work with. I kind of want to be on the, like, not on the water, but next to the water a little bit. Whoops. Aw, baby. Okay. Yeah, let's get up here and see if up here is a little better. Honestly, right here could work. Right around here. Sheep! Yes! Hell yeah. Okay. Oh, there's like... Wait, do I get these? Windswept forest. I feel like I get these, because it just, like, intersects in the middle of my biome. I think I get these. So I don't need to... Anyway, I think I am gonna do around here. I just have to figure out where the quote-unquote center is of this little area, so I can just slap a house on it. It might be right up here, but I feel like this is too small for my house. I can terraform. Ooh, actually, maybe it's not small enough. I don't know. Okay, anyway. Let's finally settle. At the very least, I need to get shit, because I've done none of that. So. Okay. I need tools, and a chest, and so much things. So many things. I need torches, for sure. I'm primarily going for the dark oak for my stuff, for, like, making things, just because everything else is gonna be, like, somewhat scarce, so. You rascal. Okay. Let's make our bed. Alright, let's see if we can find stuff in one of these holes. I need... Nope, nothing. I need, cobble. Actually, here, let's use the mansion book to mark down where we're living. Okay, so it is somewhat far. It's negative 4,000 blocks away on the x-axis and negative 2,000 blocks on the z-axis. So negative 78, 755. Once I build my house, it'll be able to. It'll be easier to see, but that's gonna be a hot minute because I have a lot of things that I need to get until then. So rigged. Oh wait, you know what? I can. Oh no. I was gonna say, you know what? I can make charcoal, but I can't because I don't have a furnace. Whoops. Okay. Ooh, perfect. Okay. I need like 14 so that I can at least get stone tools. Perfect. Okay. I can get stone tools and I can get the furnace. Okay. Need just a little bit more wood. Right? I'm somewhat close to spawn. I think everybody else is also fairly close to spawn, but it depends on which of their biome instances they chose. Alright, let's work on some torches. I'm gonna turn the music back down a little bit because it's quieter for you guys than it is for me, but I'm struggling to think. Whoops. Some people are struggling because they forgot to get the rules book. I am trying to prioritize torches because I know that I will need them. Especially for my biome. Okay, so I think up here is going to be where I lay down my house. Take a look around the room. I'm gonna need way more. Break it down by shapes and sizes. There's also this random hole. I want to adventure down it, but not quite yet. I gotta make sure I'm not gonna die. My brain is all over the place. Anyway. Good enough. Okay. That should keep us at least somewhat safe for when night comes. I am going to want more torches, because as we're doing this, I'm going to find more and more areas where things are spawning in my designated area. I think the majority of this stream is going to be us clearing out land, like lots of it, because I know I'm going to need tons and tons of space. And also, the quicker I get dark oak, the quicker I can trade it for the things I want. There we go, hitting some lag. My trade list, a lot of us sent in trade lists in the Discord, like, this is what we're selling, this is what we want. Mine was let's see, excuse me. Mine was, I want vines, cactus, sand, sweet berries, flowers that aren't poppies or dandelions, because poppies and dandelions are the most often found flowers in this biome. All other flowers are like, you might find it. And then spruce wood, but we won't need that because we have a little bit of spruce wood in our biome, funny enough. I am selling dark oak wood, mushrooms, and the mushroom blocks, birchwood, oakwood, poppy, and dandelion flowers, mob drops, because some people, like we were talking about before, feast on on rotten flesh. So if I can sell it, great. Allays and totems of undying, which I will eventually get once I hit the mansion. Won't be able to do that anytime soon because I'm not beefed up enough, but we can do it eventually. And I'm the only one that's privy to it, so there's no worry about anyone else taking shit. And I also have the coordinates to it, so I can go find it fairly easy, as long as I'm reading the coordinates correctly, which I do sometimes, and also don't. Oh no, Apple keeps splitting themselves into nothing. Like we were talking about before, Apple is a slime, so they can, like, split. Oh fuck, I shouldn't have killed that sheep, huh? Because I could shear it. Whatever, it's fine. We'll work with it. Okay. Yeah, first and foremost, let's clear out this area, I think. What gets more of these? I have no idea. Is it just your fist? Okay, I think it's just your fist gets more of them. I think soup is probably going to be our biggest food source, probably. You need one of each, right? One of each type of thing. I can't exactly reach all these. Because some are over the hole. Well, one is. Actually, no, I can reach them. We're fine. We're fine. I underestimated my reach. Actually, so that you guys know my limitations, and so I can refresh on my limitations, let's look at... we're gonna get a little bit of lag since I'm pulling up a thing, but... Evoker origin. Let's look at what my limits are. Because I know that I can do that thing that I showed you guys earlier. I don't remember what it's called, though. Evoker. Summon Evoker Fangs in a direction. That's what it is. So anywhere I'm looking, if I press the G key, or it's supposed to be the G key, but I have it as something else. So if I press the I key, I summon those fangs, and they can hit someone and hurt them. Although apparently it seems like there's a little bit more splashback around it as well. 15% chance not to break Totems of Undying, and I can't trade with villagers. So I don't have that many limitations. I literally only have the one limitation, but it's kind of big because trading with villagers for, like, enchantments is great, and I can't do that, so I'm gonna have to trade with people for that shit. But yeah, summon Evoker Fangs, 15% chance not to break totems. So I'm kind of baller on that end of things, if we're being totally honest. Like, if I just get myself a couple totems of Undying from the mansion, I'm set. Like, killing me? Sorry, not happening. I'll just constantly have one in my hand. Also, my character is supposed to be kind of, like, broody and mean. So, I have to remember that, because I'm not a very good mean person. Like, I'm not good at being mean. Actually, wait, why am I planting that? Got me foolish for that ass, yeah, he's one of a kind. First date, love you, second date, met his mother, now he's leaving all his shit in my place. He's been looking through my phone, breaking in when no one's home. 0 to 60, this boy's going crazy. This is just the beginning of me trying to get rid of these. I forgot I have an axe. Whoops. I got used to punching my way through the mushrooms that I forgot that axes are a thing. when it comes to trees. But yeah, I'm gonna clear out this space. I don't know what I don't know what I should prioritize. I should probably prioritize my house over the gate and the walls, because then I can throw up the gate and the walls around it. Because if I do that before, I'm not gonna know where, like, how far I have to go, probably, right? Like, I'm gonna want to go a little extra anyway, so I can build and live inside my walls entirely, but I don't know. Pride is just endlessly dying. Struggling over there between splitting themselves into nothing and the witches. They're having a tough time of it. Okay, this should be all of it, yeah. The leaves aren't going to go away until I get rid of the surrounding trees as well. And even then, they probably won't go away because all of them are fucking connected, but it's fine. I also have to make chests almost immediately so I can start designating or figuring out what blocks I'm going to want for my house. I know I'm going to want sand. I'm going to need a lot of sand for smooth sandstone for the walls, but that's an issue. What? Oh, damn. Wow, yeah. Some people are a little bit better off when it comes to, like, where they get their shit from, because they have villages and things like that right near them, but I am not going to be one of those fortunate, sadly. But it's okay. Oh, I thought that was going to benefit me, and it did not. Here. There we go. Now I can, if I eat, I can parkour up. Also, I have some torches, so let me see what's down here. Oh! Perfect. In the morning when I awake. I can't remember if I'm gonna need cobblestone for the house. I think I am. Yes, yes I am, because I think I used stone bricks or something. Oh, dude, you're just asking to be accidentally swacked, huh? Sir, please. I love you. You're so goofy. Okay, anyway, let's get out of here. Oh, actually, I can use this. There we go. Now I don't have parkour. Oh, that's something too. I'm gonna have a lot of apples. Okay, so let's make a double chest designated for our build stuff. Let's put it here. You can get up. There you go. Good job. Good job, buddy. Very proud of you. Oh, whoops. Alright, so I'm gonna get as many dark oak logs and stuff as I need, and then we'll put them in. House materials. Here we are. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna need bricks, too. So. Here we are. Dark oak logs, 8 stacks of 64. I don't even have one yet, but that's fine. I can get it. I didn't even think about that. I thought they were just testing their limits. Everyone together. Oh, God. Pride, please. I actually have no idea if anyone's anywhere near close to me. Funny is a bee. So if they didn't like the bees, I'd be very concerned. Okay, so we officially have a stack. We need 8. 8 stacks of 64. some of the numbers I did bump up a little bit because they were weird. Like it was 6, like 15, whatever. So I bumped them up to like whatever the closest next like half, quarter of a stack, whatever is. So like if it was at like 6, I bumped it up to 16. Plus I'd probably need extras anyway, so it wasn't that big of a deal. And that's as far as my building goes. My house and the gate, by the way. In case you're confused. I keep trying to get this burp out that's in the back of my throat, and I'm just making weird noises instead. Because it refuses to come out. Damn, it's already been an hour of being on the server. But that is including all the time that we were just fucking around and talking and shit, so. I don't know when I got over here and how long I've been doing this. Would you be my little... Is this the way? 'Cause I told you the level of concern. But you walked by like you never heard. You can bring down my level of concern. I need you to tell me we're alright. Tell me we're okay. All these people are like getting upgrades and shit. The furthest I've gotten is this stone. So that's 2 of 8. I feel like we might get the 8 we need just from clearing out our little main base area, if we're being honest. Would you be my little quarantine? Or is this the way it ends? 'Cause I told you. Level of concern. Need you to tell me we're alright. Tell me we're okay. I'm kind of set on food. I don't need bread. Look at us, we're already trading. Okay, I need... So many saplings. So many sticks. Why? I need one more. One more cobble. I have journeyed so far. I took a risk. I'm gonna have to make another one. I'm being a little bit of an ass. My heart is broken. Damn, so many sticks. Home is where the ice is. Look at this. It's already feeling so much more open. Almost with the shrooms. I'm a show with no breaks. I'm invincible. Every single game, so powerful. $12? 12? That's nothing! I'm a pusher with no brakes. I'm invincible. Yeah, in every single... I am kind of lonely out here, honestly. Knowing that, like, proximity chat's on, I'm kind of lonely. I guess that's what happens when you're the lord of an entire biome, you know? Especially if that biome's big. Motherfucker got spiked. It was on purpose. Oh, I don't have my thing anymore. I didn't even realize. I don't have my, whatever the fuck, the curse or whatever from killing the illagers. Illagers? No. I don't remember what it's called. My brain is struggling today. And I will blame it on the fact that I had a migraine all day yesterday and the beginning of today. So, oh, you know what? Here. There we go. Could you find a way to let me down slowly? A little sympathy, I hope you can show me. If you wanna go, then I'll be so lonely. Let me down, down, let me down, down, let me down, let me down, down, let me down, down, let me down. If you need it, baby, let me down slowly. And I know we haven't talked in a while. Don't cut me down. You didn't need a waste. I once was a man with dignity and grace. If you wanna go, then I'll be so lonely. If you're leaving, baby, let me down slowly. Let me down, down, let me down, down, let me down. Alright, we're halfway there. I hate globalization. Wild. Okay. Apple! Okay. Now we're gonna have to start eating our apples. I can also put... yeah, I can put... oh, wait, actually, let me... I'm gonna need like another stack. I'm gonna need eight stacks of dark oak planks as well, which will be easier because I think half of a stack of logs is a stack of planks. I think. Gonna need a bunch of slabs, a bunch of stairs. Oh, dark oak gates, dark oak fences. Who has? Someone had the desert. Who had the desert? Because I'm gonna want to trade with the desert person. I don't know if they're on tonight. Let me see. No, they're not on tonight. I think they were supposed to be on later. Oh wait, no, it was Blossom. Yeah, it was you that had the desert. Okay, so I'm gonna want to trade with you. By the way, if there's anything I have that you'll want, because I just realized I'm gonna want cactus and I'm gonna want a lot of sand. So that is something. You know what? Here, we'll put it here. It's not. I don't need it for this build, but I'll keep it separate. So. I don't know where I'm gonna want the gate, so people can come in easy and not fucking break through my walls or some shit. The jukebox play, we may only have today, so darling, let this love decay. Yeah, Finn got a little bit of a rough patch. Fucking... Why do I hear a spider? Is there a cave? I heard it over here. I hear it over here. Ooh, coal. Look at this cute little area! Oh my god. I'm definitely building my house directly on top of this. So I'm gonna be trading wool. They sound like they're that way. That was hot. So much coal. Just from that one instance of it. They're gonna beat each other up. I don't have an axe. I gotta get out of here. But that's perfect. I have a little cave. Okay, let's make axe. There we go. Okay, I gotta regen before I go up. Did I? But I did. Okay, I don't want that there. Yeah, there's more guys up there. So I'm just gonna grab this and go. Come on, be at least 3. Fuck, that's fine. That's fine. There's also some more coal up there. Hold on, let me... There's 2 creepers. Oh! Let's fucking go, dude. Another creeper. I'm gonna collect CDs. I'm gonna get so fucking many. I don't think I am interested in some silly cows. I don't know how high they're pricing the cows, so I might have undersold. Or oversold, I mean. Yeah. Okay, I don't know if there were any other areas where there was coal. Oh, duh, right here, right here. I gotta fucking look up every once in a while. I just don't do that enough. Wait, I have to go back up. Oh, this area is dark. Oh no, someone's gonna spawn there. Okay, let me get back up here and give them my coordinates from up here. Oh, whoa. Shit. Is Pillager gonna fight me? Or are we friends? I have a feeling we're not friends. He's not shooting at me, so I think we're okay. I don't know where his buddies are. Okay. Hello, sir. Let's see if I can get him trapped. Yeah, come back over here, sir. Oh, come on. Let me make a bigger hole. Oh, there's... Oh! The banner guy's down there. Is he mad at me? I don't think he is. I think he's just following his buddy. Or maybe he's coming over here. Yeah, they're not shooting, so I think I'm okay. I really don't want to fight them. Okay, he's kind of broken off, so. That was actually surprisingly easy. Because he didn't fight back. Where'd the other guy go? I want your banner! Eh! I'm so excited! I have good shit! Eee! Dude, I fucking love the ominous banner. And I have a music disc! Let's go. Excuse me. I need a double for my regular stuff. Okay, since Lily's on the way over here, I'm just gonna chop down some more trees. Damn. Oh! Damn, Blitz finding an axolotl already? Shit. Okay, so we have this whole top area pretty much cleared. I don't know what direction I'm putting my house in. The house is mainly wide rather than long, if that makes any sense. But I don't know where I'm gonna want it to face. I'll have it face that way, I guess. Or wait, which way's north? Oh, perfect. I wanted it to face north. That's perfect. And the gate will be on that side. Although a lot of people will probably be going from any other direction than that, but that's fine. Okay. Are there two of them or just one? This might be a bad idea. Oh, damn. Hi, Queen. Bye, Queen.
Hello. Bye. Oh, bye.
Oh, I got some of that speed from spawn. You want to see some real speed, bitch? Oh, no. Okay. Oh. And you're right. And you are. Oh, but boy, you're only a child. Dance with you, honey, if you think it's funny. Does your mama know that you're out? Okay, so 78, 755. I'm basing it more on the X than the Y. Oh, thank God there's more sheep. Whew. Hi, Lily.
Oh my God, that scared me.
Whoops.
Forgot voice chat. Okay. Okay.
Here's your 12.
Thank you.
Thank you. Pleasure doing business with you.
No problem. Can I have a few more, maybe? Like, another 4.
Another 4?
Possibly.
Oh.
You know, seeing as I did avenge you from that.
Very true. And you nicely put my stuff away. So, let's see.
Thank you.
Of course. Here you go.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you.
Now, how do I... Pawns this way, right?
No.
I sure hope so.
Lily, no!
What?
Opposite direction.
Opposite direction?
Yes. Because I just came from spawn.
Oops.
I do actually have to set my bed. There we go.
I should eat something. I'm hungry. In real life, not Minecraft.
Does your mama know that you're out? Honey, if you think it's funny. Yeah, that was very stupid of me to fight that guy, but it is what it is, I guess. I really don't know. I guess if it's gonna be long, then I'm gonna want to clear out this direction too. I'll just clear out every direction for a little while, because I'm gonna need space for the walls anyway. Bleh. Actually, I was gonna say first trade complete, but I don't know if anyone else has traded yet. This parts of me I cannot hide. I've tried and tried a million times. That pool of lava is gonna be very useful. Welcome to my dark side. I can see the spawn beacon from here? That's funny. So I guess I'll never be able to say I can't find spawn if I'm home. Shit. I'm living in a nightmare. Tried and tried a million times. Even though I need spruce, quite a bit of spruce actually for my house, I'm not gonna replant these until I have more space cleared out. I think is my plan. Although I am going to get as many saplings as I can from this. For my own benefit. For future use. Especially because if I do, like, the 4 ones, I can get, like, the cool ground. So. I can get the podzol. That's what it is. I can get the podzol that I would like for my floor. Or not floor, but, like, surrounding area, you know? And then I can expand it with, whatever it's called. Bone meal. My brain is just not working right as far as, like, saying names of things. Oh, I have a grass block. Sobbing. I feel so bad. I didn't mean to lead them astray, but I did. Oh. And he's got a body just like an hourglass. Taking my time. I wanna be the sand inside that hourglass. I wanna be the sand inside that hourglass. Okay, we need another axe. I might as well just make several, huh? I'll make like 2. I literally need the grass so I can trade with people. Okay. Message 10. I keep moving my my thing by accident. Whoops. I muted by accident and opened up the group. Message 10. You wanna come to me or me to you? Okay. Let's chop down this tree. Oh, Queen Sounds broke. I love being vegan. Okay. so many saplings. Bah. Okay, I just need more food before I head out. Just gonna screenshot that. I don't know if sticks actually give you more drops, but I feel like they do, and that's enough for me. I'm now thinking it does not give you more, which is fine, but sad. Yeah, I don't know how far I'm gonna have to go, so I just want to make sure I have enough food to get me there. Especially because I'll be running the entire way. I do need more iron. Poor Lily. This is not working out well. Okay, 4 is good enough. I don't know what I just picked up. Okay. We're gonna start a little farm right here. Yeah, let's right here. I'm gonna have to be careful about wood around that. But it shouldn't be too big of a deal. That sounded so fucked because everything was going slow. I didn't get a direct answer on how to reload it, so hopefully when they leave and rejoin it fixes itself. Okay. I got another seed, so I can drop that off. I gotta plant it and then get going, I think. I'm also gonna want to bring my bed. There we go. Okay. I think I'm just gonna have to go with as much food as I have, because I don't even know how Finn's doing. Because Finn doesn't have the shit that I do. Yeah, because I don't have the other mushrooms. I think you need one of both. So I'll just have to get food on my way. Let's leave the wood here. Okay, let me see the screenshot so I know where I'm going. There we are. Okay. Whew, 76. 76,000, 33,000. 76,000, 33,000. Yeah, so it's this way. Okay, I'm gonna need a boat then. Go. I'm gonna make a designated chest specifically for the wool that so-and-so is coming to get. Whoa, 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 yeah. Whoa, 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 yeah. Okay, so this is the cords in it. So just in case I lose it, screenshot. Keep it on me. Okay. So I gotta go this way. 76,000, 33,000. Okay. I could honestly drop by, but I don't know where she is, so. Oh, wait, that number's going down. This way? This way. Dolphin. I'm gonna take care of your body, I'll be gentle. Don't you scream, it's getting hot. I'll make it softer, feel your chest on top of me. I'm gonna make you feel that love and getting weak all in your knees. Kiss your body from the tip top all the way down to your feet. Oh, 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 oh. Hold on, wait. It's going up now. What was that? Oh, shit. This way. Right? Or am I going? I feel like I'm going the wrong way again. going the wrong way again. It was this way, motherfucker. It was the exact opposite direction. Well, not the exact opposite, but close enough. Shit. Because I need that to be negative 33 and that to be negative 76, so. I fucked it. Damn, Blitz. Shit. Yeah, see, there's fucking spawn. I'm so stupid. Is this where Queen is? Or where someone is? Because there's, like, floating blocks there. Oh, that's cool. That's really fucking cool. That singular tree? That's sick as fuck, actually. When did Pride leave? I wasn't paying attention. If I'm being totally honest. Hello, Squiddle. Not maybe. Nope. It's this way. We're gonna focus on the X, lowering the X, and then we'll do the other thing. Here's a little swampy swamp. Alright, we're getting closer to 76,000. Let me double check. Yeah, 76,000. In love tonight. Froggy. I was born a misfit. This is so far away. But I mean, it is like a more rare biome, so. Damn, so many flowers. Who is the flower forest? I don't remember, but I'm gonna want flowers from them for sure. I think it's Axo, Funny, that has the flower. Oh, I remember this area. I was like, oh, this is so cool. Yeah, I remember. I had to stop myself from taking that iron because it's not in my biome. Shit. Ooh, okay, we're at 31,000. 2,000 more blocks to go for the Z. And I still have 1,000 blocks to go for the... A little less than 1,000 blocks to go for the X. Okay, we're getting closer to the right biome. Yeah, Finn's still... I'm not even going to be able to make sure that Finn lives over here. Unless Finn has wood. I don't think so. Because Finn doesn't have, like, anywhere to grow the wood, so... I probably shouldn't be jumping, but... I'm trying to keep going in this direction. I don't know how I'm gonna get home. This is... so shit. Ooh, this area is cool. I need to check the Discord and see if Finn said where they left. Oh, Finn's packing. Okay, well, I'll get there. Give him the shit at his, like, house or wherever he's staying. I'll get, like, the block down to a T so I can figure out where he is. And I'll go from there. Oh, we're at 76. Let's go. Oh my goodness. Okay. So it was 76,342. Oh, thank God, someone slept. I still have quite a bit to go, so I'll just put that away so I can see. I really hope I see some of my biome and I can just kill something in it super quick, because I need food very badly. Alright, give me a second. Let me get up here so I can see better, and then I'll go grab my drink, because this drink that I have currently is empty, so I gotta grab my other one. Okay. I will be back.
Simply delicious.
I got my drink. Oh, and I turned off the AC, because apparently I had the AC on. Okay, so we just gotta keep going this way. Oh. I was like, where the fuck am I hearing that from? But it's, behind me. Dude, if I don't pass through an instance of my biome on the way there, I'm gonna die. And then I'm gonna have to run all the way back over here to get my shit. Well, I guess I have stuff I can lose. Because I took a screenshot of the coordinates for the mansion, but like, damn. Alright, we're almost at 32,000. And his place is technically at like 32,980 something, I think. So, I'm trying not to lose any hearts as well, because I can't reach on them. I've been watching you for some time. Can't stop staring. Doggy! Ocean. How weird would it be for me to have a dog when I go to Finn's? I mean, is Finn the wolf? I thought someone else was the wolf. Oh yeah, Finn is the wolf, I think. Because the person I'm thinking of, I think, is a fox. Yeah, Finn's the wolf. Duh, because we had like an entire howling session. Who else would howl? That was stupid. Okay. We're getting closer and closer, and this is like the right biome to be connecting it to, so. I'm gonna boat across so I'm not losing more food. It's stupid, I know, but I need every little bit I have. It's so tempting to just grab a berry. I think the person who was meant to be our fox origin / spruce biome dude is, if it's the person I'm thinking of, they quit but didn't quit. They were like, oh yeah, my schedule is pretty full and I don't know when it's gonna be not full, so I let them have the spot, but just like told them, feel free to come back whenever, but let me know if you don't think you're gonna be able to come back so I can let other people take your slot. And if it's the person I think it is, then a lot of people are going to struggle to get spruce. I might be the only person they can get spruce from. Potentially. I don't know. I don't know if spruce spawns in the ice spikes. I feel like ice spikes, in my mind, is desolate. Oh, look at all these brown mushrooms, too. I need those for soup. Did I hit ocean? I did hit ocean. Oh, there's a shipwreck. I wonder if that's the one that Finn got. Because if it's not, then I could take it. Because shipwrecks are free game. Because they can be on land and in the water, so I'm not going to designate it as like a solely ocean biome thing. Okay. Oh, there's carrots. So Finn's definitely been here. Yeah, Finn's been here. But I need these carrots, so I'm gonna eat them. Finn left them. They're mine now. Oh, thank fuck. I have food! I'm gonna be careful with my food. I'm gonna eat one at a time. Ooh, okay, we passed. Which way would that be? This way? Yeah, okay. Oh, and we're at 32. Beautiful, we're getting close. I don't remember if you can eat kelp or if you have to cook it to be able to eat it. I know there's like dried kelp that you can eat. I don't know if you can eat raw. No, you can't eat raw. I'm just getting it all. Okay. So I need to go this way. No, not this way. Oh, but there's a little bit of birch. This way. Not this way? Not this way. This way? There we go. Okay, I figured it out eventually. I should just remember which is negative and which is positive, or like for each, and I wouldn't be so confused. Is this another one or is this the same one? I think it's the same one. Yeah, it's the same one. Okay, I'm not gonna try it. What is Ray? Ray is Plains Undead Origin. Okay, is it this way? Nope. So if I go directly west, this way. If I go directly this way, apparently not. This way. Truth be told, I don't know where I'm going. I'm getting close though. Shit. Dude's got a baby. Hey Lex, welcome in guys. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in everybody. I'm currently on my SMP running to someone's house to trade with them. Welcome in, welcome. Oh, I think we're getting close. Is this where... Oh, I think it is. Okay. Whoa, what is this? I'm taking this. Because villages are free range. Okay. Yeah, thank you guys for stopping by. How was stream? Oh, wow. Did they not raid this place? They said they were taking the lamps. Okay, there's signs of life. There are floating leaves. Okay, perfect. They don't have a chest, and I didn't bring one. Awesome! I haven't played Stardew in a hot minute. I gotta get back into it. Oh, this is their guy. Okay, I'm gonna just chuck it in the closest chest. Cause oh, this must be their bed probably. The person left while I was on my way over here because they have to pack. But I have to leave this somewhere. I'll just put it in one of the chests, and I'll just tell them it's in a chest in the village. Okay, this is empty, so I'm gonna say this is that. They definitely have grass, by the way. They lied to me. Oh, wait, because this is a village. I don't know where their ice spikes are. Probably back this way. Okay. Sorry. So, now that I'm finally here and I can take a beat, welcome in everybody, as I said. Hope you guys enjoyed stream. With Lex. We are playing on Kingdoms SMP, which is an SMP that actually just launched today. And the basis of the SMP is that each of us are designated a specific biome to live in, and we can only get resources from that biome. We can only build in that biome and live in that biome. If you want any resources from other biomes, you have to trade. So not only do we have those limitations, but each of us are origins. So, for instance, I'm an evoker. I don't have that many limitations to mine. I just like can't trade with villagers, which kind of sucks ass. But I can't trade with villagers. The person I just went to visit that isn't on right now is a wolf. And they are designated to the ice spikes biome, which is this it? I can't tell. Thank you, Frostmoon, for the follow. Very much appreciated. Welcome to the crew. But yeah, they're designated to the ice spikes biome, so they have literally nothing. So I did that. I was delivering them a grass block to help get them along. Villages we have specific rules for like any builds on the server, or like any world gen builds. So for instance, I'm gonna keep that screenshot just in case they betray me or something. But we can like make alliances in wars, so hence why I say that. But sorry, I'm trying to find where I took the screenshot. Oh well, I have the book. I don't know why I'm looking for the screenshot. I have the book. Negative 78, 755, negative 30. I had to go several thousand blocks to get here. We also have a couple openings, so if anyone who's a content creator wants to join in, let me know. DM me. Oh wait, no, we do need that in the positive. So that positive, that negative. There we go. This way. Oh, thank God, someone's sleeping. But yeah, we each have different origins. I think the only two people that benefit from it being nighttime are Ray, who just got blown up by a creeper, and we have a phantom. So Ray is no, very far away. We have Ray, who's an undead, like a zombie, and then we have Pride, I think, is a phantom. Oh, I'm going right over it. But yeah, Pride's a phantom, so they have like the buffs and debuffs of that stuff. Ooh, Lily found a zombie spawner. Oh, that'll be amazing for Ray. Ray, just hide. Okay. Hope that you feel this forever. You can plan a pretty picnic, but you can't predict the weather. Okay. So we just gotta keep going this way for the longest fucking time. Oh, no, it's not Pride. Oh, no, Pride. No, it is Pride. Sorry. Pride. No, Pride's a slime. Pride's a slime. Who is our phantom? Did we have a phantom? We don't have a phantom. Sorry. I thought I had a list somewhere. I think this is it. crumpled it by accident. Whoops. Oh, yep, it is. Badlands is the Phantom. Duh. We don't have a Badlands person yet. We have 3 saddles. Ooh. Okay, so we have a flower forest bee origin, birch forest florin origin, taiga biome fox origin, desert biome hare origin. I'm a dark oak biome evoker origin, plains biome undead origin, jungle biome feline origin, mangrove swamp biome witch origin, savanna biome avian origin, ice spikes wolf origin, snowy slopes snow golem origin. We actually don't have that one. The person is stepping away. And might come back, so he's still got the position until he says, like, hey, I definitely can't make the time for this. Mushroom fields, truffle origin, swamp biome, slime origin. So that's everybody we've got. Yeah, SMPs are amazing. I love SMPs. And some of these people we haven't, like, done much together, so the SMP is, like, pretty fun to be able to get to know each other through. And it's like a loosely lore-based server. Like, it's kind of lore if you want it to be, type of thing. Other than, like, the obvious lore that'll come up and be, naturally created through, like, alliances and wars and stuff like that. For instance, if we're being completely transparent, my character is gonna possibly be a villain. I don't know yet. Or more of, like, an anti-hero. Because, like, I'm gonna do what's best for my biome, because everyone rules over their own biome, so I'm like Lord of the Dark Forest. So I'm gonna do what's best for my biome, no matter what the consequences are for other biomes, which kind of makes me an anti-hero. So we'll see what happens there. I know for now I want to be good. I want to be on everyone's good sides because I have a lot of things I need to trade for. Gasp. I know. And it's funny because I'm usually not that way. I'm not really like a villain or anti-hero type of person. So it's kind of hard for me to get in that headspace. But if I think of it as like me versus the world, then it's kind of easier. So we'll see how things go. Ooh, there's a village. Has anybody looted it? I must come back to see this villainy. Oh, for sure. If you get a chance, definitely come back. Villages are a free for all, so anybody who finds a village and either claims it if it's in their biome or just straight up clears it out, it's theirs. So I can clear this place out if nobody's taken anything. I need a flower pot. I don't need the dandelion, but that's fine. Yes! Oh. How long is that? Okay, only 30 seconds. I'll search. Ah! I didn't touch anybody! Why are you mad at me? Oh, because I'm the evoker. That's a little whoopsie daisy. Well, it's a good thing I didn't have anything I needed. Shit. I also don't know where that was. Columns dislike evokers. Apparently. It didn't say that on the wiki page. That's new. That's new information. It didn't say that on the wiki. Okay, I need several axes. I need to pick. Okay. Well, at least I didn't have anything I wasn't willing to lose. Golems dislike me too. Oh, they dislike the witch? Oh, that's sad. Oh, this video and Captain's doing great. Okay. So, Ray needs... Ray's the undead character. Ray needs leather. I know I have some cows somewhere. I don't have them, but they're like roaming around. So I have to see if I can find them and potentially trade with Ray. It's not night, it's raining. Ray. Okay, let me see if I can find the cows. Because if I can find the cows, I can kill them. I don't remember what the... Imagine you had a dragon origin and they had the end. Oh my god. Yeah, I think we made sure not to have any of the super OP ones. I don't remember how you make the umbrella. Okay. It's only 3 leather, 2 sticks. I can do that. I want to get in people's good graces so they don't expect me to completely double-side them. Double-side them? I don't remember the word. I saw it. Oh. Moo. That was horrible. Even though these are like the closest cows to me, I have a lot of biome. So I can deal. Okay, I'm gonna be the person to give Ray their shit. Oh, how far did you go in? Are you still over here? Because if you're still... Oh, thank God, you're right on the edge. I can kill you. Want an umbrella? Oh, and there's one more cow left. Perfect. I just have to remember where you are, which is not going to be easy. But... Hey!
Hi!
Hi!
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Pretty good. It's kind of rainy, though.
Yeah.
How have you been hanging?
I've been hanging pretty well. I went to go give Finn his stuff, or his like grass block that he wanted, and he left before that, so I was just mindlessly trying to find my way there, and also it's very fucking far away.
Yeah.
So it took me a long time to get there, and then I found a village and got beat up by its guardians. So.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah. Would you like to see your little guy?
I would love to see my little guy.
Come with me.
Okay. Okay.
He's silly looking.
Oh, what a man!
They're silly looking.
What a man!
They're so lovely to have.
Oh my goodness.
Do you use golden apples by chance?
Like, can I use them? I think so.
Yeah. Happy birthday.
Thank you!
I can't use them. I eat them like normal apples.
Aw, that sucks ass. He is a little fella. Okay, I don't have, wheat for him. Would you be willing to leave him in the boat and I'll just give you a new boat?
Yes.
Okay. You should give me your cords, by the way, since we're besties.
I posted them in,
Oh, in the Discord?
One of the Discord.
Perfect.
One of the Discord chats.
Okay.
And Spawn also now has its own portal.
Oh, nice. Well, Spawn's right there for me, so I don't really need it, but...
I have a chat with its important chords, which I'll probably remove and put it in my lore channel or whatever.
Gotcha.
And that's probably going to be where I keep my silly little important things.
Hmm. I don't know if I'm gonna put my my location out there. I mean, most people kind of know where I am now from chat, but
yeah, that's fair.
I don't know if I want to directly put it out there, you know, for reasons.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, what's the worst thing? Are the villagers gonna fight back?
That's fair. That's fair. I'm giving Ray an umbrella.
I was making an attempt to find cows for Ray.
Yeah, I had some right over that way on like the very edge of my biome. So.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I figured I've got so much biome to work with that I would just kill those ones, and if I need to go further to find more cows, I can.
Fair. It did seem like your biome goes pretty far in that way.
Yeah, it goes that way, and then there's a river that cuts through it. So I don't really get the other side because of the jungle at the end of the river. But as far as like collecting stuff, I can get stuff over there. So
I just have a relatively large ocean between my islands.
We do not have a phantom.
From the other island.
The phantom is for Badlands, and we don't have a Badlands person.
And we discussed kidnapping if it's my own child.
That's awesome. I'm kind of scared of Pride making all those duplicates.
Yeah, I'm scared to get near where they live. Because imagine.
Just imagine.
Are they small slimes, or are they, like, large slimes, though?
If I'm remembering from Mitch, our very first slime origin, from way back, I think they were small.
Oh my.
So I think they were all little babies.
Crowd around your feetsies.
Yeah, eat your ankles.
Oh no. How devastating.
Literally.
Do you know anywhere I could get a horse by chance?
I do not. You might want to check, because Ray's here now. Although Ray lost their book.
Yeah.
I'll have to.
The plains biome though.
Yeah, I might want to check like the plains biome.
Yeah. I also.
Yeah, Phantom's very cool. Ooh, very nice. I think I've got some of those somewhere in here. In this biome, but I don't remember where.
I also got some of these. I might
what were they?
A bakery. It was eggs.
Ooh. I had a couple eggs, but I chucked them like an idiot.
I got this.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
I was being a bit silly.
Why? What were you doing?
You know.
Here, do you want to come with me so I can go give Ray their umbrella so they're not suffering? I'm trying to.
Doing much. It's kind of lonely on the island.
That's fair. I'm trying to get into everybody's good graces so that if I decide to be evil, they won't see it coming. You know?
Yeah.
The way I described it to chat is more of like an anti-hero thing. Like I'll do what's best for my kingdom, to hell with anyone else and what they need. So.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, so where did they say?
I just have mushrooms.
78.
I have a lot of mushrooms.
Negative 78, 800. Okay, so it's this way. Okay. Once we get back, I'll give you a boat.
Yeah.
So you can be on your way.
Yippee!
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 38, 800. Negative 30.
I mean, they did say they were under a mushroom, so.
True, so they must be like on the edge of my biome somewhere.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's not like they'll be at my biome.
You never know.
A long shot.
True.
Ray!
Ray! Don't make cat noises.
Oh, found him! I actually found him!
Ray!
I was successful!
The cat noises.
Hi!
Hi!
I'm under the mushroom.
Here, I've got you your umbrella.
Thank you.
Of course. Here, want to test it out? And just come out here? Just so we know it works. Yay!
So cute.
Amazing. And I'll just ask for a favor sometime in return.
Understandable.
Here, do you want me to do locate biome so you can try to find your biome?
Yeah. I like vaguely remember the coordinates, but I don't.
Okay. Negative. There you go.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Why?
I don't know.
Okay, that's fair. Alright. I've got to go get 8 a boat, and then 8's going to head on their way, and I've got stuff to do, so I will leave you to it.
Okay. I'm going to go find...
Bye-bye!
I need to get Silk Touch.
Oh, here they are.
Ooh,
I knew I had some. I'll just grab one.
What biome is this tree even in? Windswept forest.
Dude, I've got a little bit of windswept forest right in the middle of my biome.
That's yeah.
I think
I actually saw that.
I think I'm the only person with spruce. I think.
Ooh.
Because our spruce guy, I didn't tell anyone, but our spruce guy is super busy, so he said he doesn't know if he's going to be able to be part of it.
Ooh.
I let him keep his origin and everything, and I told him just come back if you can. But if you definitely don't think you can, then let me know, and I'll open up the slot for someone else. So I think I'm the only person with spruce right now.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
I've got the monopoly,
the
baby.
Is it the snowy slopes one? Oh wait, no.
It is. It is.
Oh.
Because I don't think. Do we have?
I don't think I met them. I think we have someone with taiga.
Oh, Blitz has taiga. Okay, so I don't have the monopoly. But I don't know how much Blitz is worried about their biome right now. They seem to be going everywhere but.
I don't know. I think Blitz is just really good at playing video games.
Honestly, probably. To be fair, I am technically a streamer. Well, Lex and I share the channel.
God, if I can help it, you're not.
Absolutely not. Okay, let me get you your boat. I had a boat, but I lost it with death. I mean, since you're a streamer, if you want to join, just DM me and let me know. Okay, here.
I'm gonna
here you go.
your what is now yours. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Did you fall in the hole?
Why are you trapping your base already?
I'm not. That was here. I used it to mine and then I've just left it there. I'm gonna cover it up. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. I'm gonna cover it up once I get to building. But...
It's easy to fall into.
It is easy.
Alright. I'm gonna go back to my seclusion.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Whee. Alright, let me send a new Discord link if it says it's bad.
You're gonna get a brother soon.
I don't know what you're saying over there. Oh yeah, 8's gotta bring me the other cow. That was part of our agreement. Thank you, Semi. Okay. So, what I've been doing, before I left on that big adventure, I've been clearing out this area because my house is going to be fairly big, and then I'm going to have walls all around it, like castle walls, all around it with a gate on the northern side, so that way. So it's going to be a pretty big project. You know what, here? Since I'm struggling to figure out mentally how far I have to go in each direction, because I'm not building yet. I have a lot to get. Still, I have like a whole book of like house materials I need, gate materials I need. The wall materials are pretty much the exact same as the gate, so I don't have to worry about a separate book for those. But I'm struggling to mentally figure out how far in each direction I'm gonna have to clear stuff out. So I guess I'll just go this way until I hit the lava. I still figure out how far back I'm gonna want to go. It's so difficult figuring all this out mentally. Especially when you have no concept of space. Of, like, distances and spatial awareness. I don't know if anyone's gonna go to sleep, but I know I'm going to, because I have to be out and about in my fucking dark oak forest. I should probably, while I'm clearing these out as well, put down torches, huh? So that my area isn't all death. That'd be kind of bad. Oh, perfect. I don't know who slept, but thank you. Alright, I'm gonna get some torches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need 2 more stacks, and then I'll have enough logs for the build. But then I'm gonna have to keep getting wood because I need dark oak planks and slabs and all that shit. Go to the madhouse. There we go. Okay. Just light that up so nothing shows up in there. Welcome to the madhouse. Yeah, I don't know how far back I'm gonna want to go. Probably the same in every direction, right? Whose crafting table is this? Who has placed a crafting table in my domain, motherfuckers? Unbelievable. Oh, not here. Let's use dirt and make little pillars, so I know how far back I'm going. I'm gonna want quite a bit of space in each direction. That's not from me. Who's been doing this shit in my biome? You motherfuckers! I might go back all the way to this. Right here. Ooh, no baby. You know what? Yeah, I think I'm gonna go as far back as this goes. So right here. And then I'll probably have my wall right here, maybe. I don't know. Okay. So, here's one edge of my biome. I'm gonna have to, like, write this shit down so I know where my... Not my biome ends, but where my walls are. Or where they end, I should say. Or where they start or something. I don't fucking know. Ooh, 9999. I can't. Word. Okay, so that's one end. That sounded like a skelly. I'm just gonna put these where I'm planning on potentially putting the walls. I'm also just gonna clear this out so there's a little bit more space. I'm gonna have to clear this area out anyway to flatten it for the house, but it's whatever. There he is! Gotcha, bitch. Okay. Going this way. Like I said, I don't know. Ooh, there's another sheep over here. I don't know how much space I'm gonna want. But I feel like this is probably enough. Let's get up here. I could go all the way to the edge. Like, all the way over there, but I don't really want to, so. This is west. Okay. What was that way? South? South. Ooh, there goes Queen. Damn. Rough. Sigh. Queen's a Florin in the, what's it called? In the birch biome. There's a birch biome right near spawn, but I don't think Queen chose that one from what she was saying. I think she chose a different biome. An instance of her biome, I should say. Yeah, the edge of my area over here, I think will be like here. East. I'm sorry you guys can hear my chair. It is very creaky. I think it always has been. I want to get a new chair, but future expense. Okay, and then... Oh wait, I can chop these down. Because I need 2 more stacks. I can't forget that I have my guy over there. I don't know if he's gonna despawn, but I really don't want him to because I traded for him. Even though 8 and I are good buddies in this SMP. I mean, we're good buddies, period, but we're good buddies in this SMP. We're quietly teaming up. And maybe right to the water over here? No, because we're not going to want the gate that far. Right here. I want to kill that guy, but last time I did that, I got fucked. Alright. North. -78, 760. And then -30, 110. Please don't consider this looking at him. I've been looking in this direction since before he did that, so. Anyway. There we go. Okay. Let's head back over, and now we know how far we have to clear. So, this is a lot easier for my brain. Look at this shit, too. I got a music disc, and I got an ominous banner already. Because I had some pillagers come through. So I got the banner, because apparently they don't attack me. And then I got the music disc from down in my little cave. I don't know what direction. I feel like it'd be easier to go in this direction first, so we'll do that. Fun fact, I learned about this song from a creepypasta dance video. Like, someone had animated Toby, Masky, and Hoodie into, like, a dance crew. And they overlaid it with this song, which is the first time I listened to the song. And the only reason that I was watching that video was because my best friend at the time was obsessed with creepypasta. So I was trying to get into it for her sake. I wasn't super into it, but I was enough into it that I was, like, watching that shit on the side. I've been trying to figure that out. I don't know. Technically, yeah, because we have that as an option. But because no one is that yet, and it's a cave type, I'll let it slide to harvest from for now. I was trying to figure that out because I have a small lush cave underneath me. Like, I feel like mine's okay to harvest from because it's a little baby. But I think until someone is the lush cave biome on the SMP, because it's a cave type, I'll let it slide to harvest from. I don't want to listen to this song. No, we're not listening to Mind Over Matter. Ooh, yeah. Let's listen to Thrivin'. There we go. I was just thinking about the trades I've done. I have 2 people that just straight up owe me. Not anything specific, they just owe me. Because Ray owes me, and Finn owes me. So I can keep those two under my thumb for a hot fucking minute. Because I traded with... Who did I trade with? Lily? Lily. I traded with Lily a diamond, which is how I have my one diamond. I traded a diamond for some... for dark oak. And then I traded with 8. But I mean, 8's just chilling with me. They owe you an alliance in war. Hell, you know what? That's a good idea. I might use that. If I get into a tussle with anyone else, I might be like, yo, you owe me? Come fight for me. That's a good idea. Ooh, I didn't realize that I would have this shit so fast. I mean, yeah, it makes sense because people want dark oak. But the fact that I've traded with 2 people, like I gave them something they desperately needed, and now they owe me, is a power I did not expect. I should keep a book of the people that owe me. I do want to put like a... we can have like a stall at spawn, so I think I might put a stall at spawn and be like, this is the stuff I want, and this is the stuff I'm selling. Because I know that a lot of people are going to be doing that. Letting everybody else know what they want and everything. And they already kind of have. And we have that in the... Why can't there be a sleeping through the day, SMH? And we have like a... some people have that in the Discord, because we have our lore in the Discord for each of us to remember, or try to remember. That is also happening organically. Like, once our characters get to know each other, then they'll figure out the lore of each other and stuff like that. But in each of our lore messages, we also have a list of groceries, like stuff we want, stuff we're selling, all that stuff. Some of us do. Not everybody, but I know I put mine there. But I'm going to want to advertise it more, because I have a lot of stuff I need. I know I want vines, so once my bestie Levi gets on, I can get so many vines. I think I wanted lily pads as well. Because I want to make like a little, that's what my therapist said. I want like a little pond with not flowers, but with lily pads in it and stuff, so. I think this is our 8th one! Is that 8 stacks? Yeah! Okay, cool. So all the wood from now on is going to be used to make the dark oak planks and stuff that we need for the house. I'm currently collecting all the stuff we need for the house, slowly but surely. I need a lot of sand, so that's going to take a minute. I'm going to have to reach out to people both in-game and on Discord and be like, hey, can we trade? We have some members that aren't on today, or that have already left early. So we'll see. We'll see how many people we can get trades out of and trade with and stuff. I'm gonna need like a constant line of trading with some people. Well, not necessarily, but if I get like the amount I need in the first go. But I don't have much to trade other than my wood and my saplings. I should have monopolized the saplings so I could have people coming back to me repeatedly for the wood. That would have been a good idea, but I didn't think that far ahead. Now some people already have the saplings. So if I tried to withhold now, it'd be too late. Other people could give them what I am not willing to. I'm not good at this. I'm not aggressive enough. That's why I couldn't play soccer. I'm not aggressive. Okay, let's see how much we can make from this. I still, like, I have a tree or two to go until we start hitting the corner, but I'm also relying on any, apples these trees drop for food for now. Because I've got my little farm going over there, but it's not big. Alright, let's see how many planks we get from this. We need 8 stacks of planks as well. I don't remember how many oak things we need. I know we need more spruce than oak, I believe. So that's something. But lucky for me, I had that windswept forest right through the middle of my place. And I'm considering it just part of my biome. So these these few spruce trees I have right here, they're mine, baby. Alright, let's get rid of you. I'm gonna do a lot of this off stream as well. But this is like really the only thing I can do for now, so. I mean, I could go mining, but that would require having to go find a mine at the moment. And everybody else is kind of working on suiting up and stuff, and I feel like if I get my walls up quick enough, that's good enough until I get shit, you know? It's tough looking back when I thought what I thought. I don't know who I would want to fight first. I'd have to consider our origin stuff. I have no reason to fight anybody. But I'm trying to think of who I would want to fight first, you know? I'm trying to think. I feel like Ray would be a good option, but Ray's on my side. If I pull the I gave you shit card, you know? I already have, like, tentative alliances with quite a few people. Levi, Levi's my best friend in real life. That's, like, a difficult call. Because I could fight Levi if I needed to, and we're also right next to each other, so it kind of makes sense. But I just don't want to fight Levi, because I love them. Oh, I don't know. I have to forget that, because our characters do not love each other. Right off the bat, we have not made any decisions about our characters' connections with each other. So I have to figure out where I want us to fall. That's tough. I'm gonna have so many saplings for people. I know, was it Blitz? I think Blitz got off to, like, practice working on their house, which a lot of people already have. I know I have. I already have, as we can tell, I already know what my house is gonna be. So I'm trying to figure out. I have so much going on in my head right now. I'm like, okay, we're gonna work on the house, but also, what's everybody doing? I'm so worried for no reason. Nobody has any reason to piss me off right now. But I feel like they do. Oh, this is one of the brown mushroom ones. I need this. Because I have red mushrooms, but not brown mushrooms. So I can't make soup. I feel like that's something I could sell. Soup. I also think 8 might have milked my cow before they left. I don't know. Did 8 leave? No, 8's still here. Not that I don't trust 8, I just want to know when my 12 saplings is going to pay off, you know? When do I get my other cow? Do you have a place for them? No, but I can make one. I wanted to see if reply was a thing, but it's not. Not on here anyway. Thank you for the resub. How'd she say? I can make a temp one for now. Okay. So we have a few mushrooms. I think some mushrooms fell around me. I have to find them. Oh, I see one. Okay, so before they get here, I'm going to want to make a little pen. And I now have wheat, so I can lead them there. Okay. I'm trying not to use any oak, or anything like that, because that's a little bit more scarce in my biome. Let me get my tons of sticks. See if this is enough. I'll just make them a little pen. I'm gonna make a whole barn, but I obviously can't do that just yet because my priorities lie elsewhere. That would have been funny if 8 showed up right then and there. Me going, whoa. I'm gonna have to clear out this layer anyway, so. Oh, give me that. Give me that shit. Okay, cool. We have a little pen. I don't know how far 8's place is. I didn't look. I feel like it took them a while to get here. But I also feel like it's not as far as Finn's. So that's something. Hello, sir. I'm gonna... I don't want to... Oh, sorry. Sorry, bud. I didn't want to hit him with, like, an axe, so I opted to punch them instead. Come here, bud. Come on. Get that shit out of here. Yeah, there you go. I might not even need cows if I have some of these dudes. Because I get everything from these. I get my soup. I get leather. Company. Okay, this way. Careful of the hole, please. No, no, okay, well, that works too. Yeah. Come on in. Come, dude, come on. What are you doing? Okay. No, sir. Come on, in the pen. Dude. My man. I'm gonna get my ass beat because of you. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Come on. Thank fuck. You are a pain in the ass. I love you, but fuck. Fuck you. Jesus. Okay. Jesus. Oh wait, I already have another axe. We're fine. Okay. You're gonna get burned if you come too close, it's true. You're the one who let me out. I need to eat soon. I'm just hanging out with 4.5 hearts. Damn, what is 8 doing? That's 8. Alright, so we have all the planks we need. Now we just need the stairs, the slabs, the other stuff. Correct song, but I don't need to hear that right now, so we're just gonna skip. That's kind of funny. You know what? I can just do that. Oop, there. Okay. So, where's my materials? House materials. Okay, we'll do we'll go down the list. We'll go Dark Oak Stairs. I need a lot of them. How many do I need? 4 stacks? No. 4? 4 stacks and then 16. I can do that. Dude, I was rewatching Transformers the last night. And that's the 5th Transformers movie, I think. For anyone who knows them chronologically instead of like the names, because the names are all over the place. They usually go with what the movie's about, but they're also like, I don't know how the fuck you're supposed to know how they're in chronological order. How they go because of the different names. But I was watching the last night, and it's one of the ones that has Mark Wahlberg in it. And I quickly found out my favorite dinosaurs. I was like, oh my god, they're so cute! Because it's the second Mark Wahlberg installment of Transformers. And in the first one with him is when you first meet the Dino Transformers, like the Transformers that were around when dinosaurs were around. So that's what they transformed into, was dinosaurs, and they haven't changed since. So they're not like, oh, a big truck like Optimus Prime or anything. No. They're fucking like T-Rexes, Triceratops, fucking pterodactyl. And in the second installment of Mark Wahlberg Transformers, which is Transformers 5, the last night, you see baby dinosaur Transformers. There's like a little baby T-Rex, a little baby Triceratops, and a little baby pterodactyl. And I fucking love them. They're my favorites. They're such little cuties. Like, I'm trying to remember. Like, you see the baby T-Rex blow its first, like, fire because they can breathe fire because they're Autobots. And you see him, like, blow his first little fire, and it's so cute. And Mark Wahlberg's like, oh my gosh, it's amazing! Like, I'm so proud of you, buddy, but you gotta do that outside now, because he literally lights the, like, curtains on fire. Dang, I haven't seen that one yet. Oh my god, it's so good. It's so cute, and also just kind of cool, because it's, like, Knights of the Round Table stuff, which is why it's called The Last Night. Because it's back when there was, like, the Knights of the Round Table, there was also these like 12 knights, like 12 knight Transformers that were like teamed up with them, and it's so cool. It's so sick. At least to me, as someone who like likes Arthurian legend and all that stuff. I mean, my favorite show ever is BBC's Merlin. So, says something. And I also watched like an Arthurian legend type show, I think it's called Cursed, maybe? It's on Netflix, or it should still be on Netflix. It's like Merlin's daughter, who is part fae, part human. And because she's Merlin's daughter, she's like crazy powers and shit. So everyone's like, oh my gosh, you're weird. And she doesn't know who her dad is. She doesn't know who that her dad is Merlin, that her Merlin's dad. But she doesn't know her dad is Merlin, so she's just like, okay, I guess I'm fucking weird, and I guess I don't know who my dad is. Well, she knew she had a dad. It was like an adoptive dad who, funny enough, said he didn't want to be in her life anymore after she showed these powers. It's weird because they're fae, right? So quite a few of them are like have some sort of power or whatever, but everyone's like, oh my gosh, you're a freak because she's stronger. Like, just say you're scared of her. Just say you're scared of power, bestie. But good show. Very good show. Highly recommend. I wish that they had a second season, but they don't. They also ended it off in a weird place, so I don't know if they ever would be able to. But yeah, highly recommend that one. And it has the girl who plays Hannah Baker in 13 Reasons Why as Merlin's daughter. So it's like, it's a cool change in what she's played already, which is cool. Okay. Let's see if we can't... They're all falling in the water. Let's see if we can't get some more stairs. And if you haven't watched BBC's Merlin, it's literally like the Arthurian legend from Merlin's perspective. And him and Arthur are like teenagers. I don't know if they ever say their exact ages. But they're both like teenagers, and Merlin's hiding his... Yes! I'm so glad I found another person who loves Merlin. Funny! Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. I'm pretty much doing the same thing that Funny was doing, so I shouldn't have to explain everything to you, but I'm on Kingdom's SMP still, just clearing out the place. But yeah, welcome in. Hope you guys enjoyed stream with Funny. And how was stream for you, Funny? I haven't checked in with you in a moment. How was stream? How was your time in the SMP? Ooh, good song. I watched it when I was like 12 and have been obsessed ever since. Damn right. Damn right. Where it lacks in CGI, it does great in story. I always like to say, because it's got ass CGI, but like the story's great. Oh, damn. How far is Scar? Because of the leaves, I keep thinking I see apples. Damn! That's wild. See, that's the issue with some people's biomes, is they're a little bit more rare, so it's hard to find ones close to spawn.
My bad.
You got me. Let me scooch my chair in a little bit. There we go. Back against the chair. Not that you can tell, but back against the chair. Where was I? But yeah, BBC's Merlin is like, I love this song, but I gotta turn it down a little bit. BBC's Merlin is like from Merlin's perspective. They're both like late teens. Merlin's hiding his powers, but he's also like the best friend of Arthur, so he's struggling to hide his powers while saving Arthur at every turn. I find that so funny that you're surrounded by swamp. So you're just over there, if that's the place where Pride is building, but you're like surrounded by Pride's domain, which is really funny. But yeah, the entire show is essentially just like Merlin saving Arthur repeatedly. Arthur saving Merlin without knowing that he has powers. A lot of people ship them. I also ship them. But a lot of people ship them because they end up very close. And some of the ways they look at each other and shit does not lean toward not homosexuality, heterosexuality. It leans more toward homosexuality. Even though Arthur literally marries Gwen. So, but that's my opinion. I was worried I was about to become Pride's enclave, but I don't think they're settling here. That's good. That's good. Yeah, I don't know what Pride's been up to. I know Pride's like fucking making an army, I think, of little Prides. So I don't know how that's gonna go for the rest of us. Okay, so I need... There we go. That was it, right? Yes, okay. Now we just need slabs. I mean, that's really not the worst person to be surrounded by, if we're being honest, so you got lucky. If it was me, now that might be another thing. I'm kidding, I'd be nice. But, it's like 9... Damn. Yeah, go... Go eat, funny. A few Maltesers. Okay, so I have 1 stack. I need another stack of slabs, and then I need 16. I can do that. I forgot Scar was mangrove, not swamp, so I thought I'd be stuck with the swamp witch. Nope, not this time. I actually don't know what Scar's been up to. I haven't visited. That's perfect. Okay. There we go. Oh, you guys went in the same direction? Damn. Okay, I need lots of dark oak gates and fences. Mostly lots of gates, and I know exactly where I need the gates in the build, so. I need I need sticks. Let's do the gates first. I'm focusing way too hard on just making gates. Jesus. Mentally struggling. Okay, we're almost at a stack. We're slowly getting there. Here, let's just take half of this. This will be it. There we go. Okay, so we need 1 more dark oak fence gate, and then a stack of 32. Normally when I have to wake up in the middle of the night to stream, I don't have time to get proper food, so I just get sugar. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, that makes sense. Something to keep you awake. When is 8 coming with my other silly cow? As he said. Not that I'm in any particular need for the silly cow, but I'd like to have it over here. Oh. I lost some in the water. Oh, and an apple! Apple, apple, apple. Hell yeah, baby! Alright, how far did I go? Right here, okay. So this tree and beyond. Gotcha. I'm gonna get rid of you, because you're right on the line. It's an added bonus that not only are we getting all of these blocks out of our way to build the house and everything, but we're also getting the blocks we need for the house. It works out great. I'm gonna clear out more land anyway, because people are probably gonna want dark oak from me if they don't get the saplings from me. So I don't know what I'll do there. Maybe I'll make like a wood farm, tree farm. Just make rows and rows of trees. I'll be like, this is my dark oak farm, even though we're surrounded by dark oak. This is my, whatchamacallit. This is my spruce farm. This is my birch farm. And this is my oak farm. Hello, baby. Mwah. Oh, whoops. Wrong way. That's it, right? Oh no, 32. 32, 32, 32. Okay, I made a little bit more, but I'll need these for the barn anyway. There we go. Okay, so we have the gates. If she ran away, come back home. Just come home. Oh, we only need 8 fences. 3, 6, 9. Whoops. That shit. I think that's everything with dark oak that we can make, other than like stuff that needs wood. Probably. Oh, dark oak leaves. We can't. Oh, no, we can. We can get that. Because I have just enough raw iron for shears. If you ran away, come back home. Just come home. Okay. Yeah, so we'll shear the leaves off of one of these trees while we're working on it. I want to leave these guys for now. I'm pretty much clearing everything as I go, but I kind of want to keep these guys here. Like I said, just for now. I'll leave the spruce boys. I'm going to use the wood to get up to the top, and then I'll start shearing. Thank you for the follow, Darkness. Very much appreciated. Welcome to the crew. I love your name. Welcome in. I don't remember how many leaves I need. Come on. Reach. Ooh, yay, we get my other cow. Thank you for the hydrate, by the way. Okay. Up! I'm okay. How many leaves did I need? Drink the water. Here, I'll drink a little bit extra just for you. Alright, 2 stacks of 64. And 16, I think it said. Boom, we got over the amount we need. We're doing fabulous. Boop. There we go. Let me double check one more time. Yep, perfect. Alright, let's chuck these in the chest. That took a little over half my shears, but I'm not mad about it, because I think from now on I'll probably just be using the shears for sheep anyway. Not that big of a deal. I need to get hay bales. I'm gonna have to, like, make hay bales and or trade someone for hay bales, because I can't... I found the one village, and then I died there. So that's out, and I can't, like, trade with villagers, so... Alright, where's the tree that I cleared off? Oh, there's another leaf up here. There we go. I'm probably going to keep finding some leaves I didn't get. That's fine. Yeah, see over here. It's okay. I can use them for, like, bushes, you know? Like, fake bushes. Even though I personally think azalea bushes are kind of cute. And are kind of better now, but... whatever. Osseous levita, I guess. So just to explain for anyone who's coming into chat new, I'm clearing out this entire area from this line all the way back to a line that way. Just so I have enough room for my house and then stuff that I can build around my house that will be within the confines of some walls I'm gonna make. Can't make them yet. I don't have anywhere near enough stuff for them, but I'm working on at least having the stuff for my house so I can make my house and then start building the walls, you know? It's a process, but we're getting there. Fucking Enderman, man. I have like a love-hate relationship with the Enderman. I'm gonna have a lot of them in my area, but I also dislike them because I'm not strong enough to kill them. I'm kind of thinking that maybe I should get enough dirt to make a line around my base. You know, so I know where the corners are and everything. Maybe. I mean, this is a good instance. Let's get this shit. We need a shovel. There we go. Cool. We also need more axes, so let's get those. There we go. Now, I can just boop to get out of here. Ooh, he's still pissed up there. Listen to him. I don't know how much I need. I should also probably venture to 8's biome at some point, because 8 keeps coming here, and I still have yet to know how far away 8 is from me. I know 8 put the coordinates in the Discord, but I don't know how far they are. Okay. Let's make that line. I'm collecting rotten flesh so I can give it to our resident undead character. Put it up here somewhere, I think. Yep, there it is. Okay. Hollywood, Hollywood. That's who you say you're from. You thought you could, make it, but the city won, yeah. Owie. Thank you for the dirt. I'm just gonna work with it. It's probably not the brightest idea to be using dirt, but I don't particularly care. Because I'll be able to tell what is and what isn't, like, a marker, you know? Jungle. Jungle. This is... That was weird. The, like, that's jungle. Like, that y-axis is jungle. This is dark oak. Interesting. Okay, so we'll make the edge here. Fuck off. Fuck off, bitch. You got shot by somebody else. See that shit? Hey. No. No. No, no, no. No, 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 no. Okay. Yeah, probably would have been better to use cobble, but this is the most easy resource to get anyway, so. I also don't know how far this way I went. Here it is. Okay. So... Right? Yeah, this. Right here. So it kind of goes into jungle a little bit if I keep going that way, so I'm going to keep zigzagging. That is fine. Oh wait, I have it written, so we're okay. I can find it. Here's my line. Yeah.
Oh. Where are you?
Hello.
Oh, hi.
I was outlining where I'm gonna have my walls.
Oh, nice. I was snooping in your stuff.
How dare. Do you see my music disc and my banner?
Yeah. Oh, shoot. I actually accidentally threw out your banner.
You yucked my banner.
Yeah, it might be. You want to try this?
Sure. Ooh, night vision.
Ooh,
for 5 seconds. Do you want the bowl back?
Sure.
There you go.
I don't know. I just found it on my way here.
Yeah.
I can't use it, so.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, I'm not affected by status effects, so.
Oh, that's cool.
My silly stew.
Oh, well, if you ever want to test out a silly stew, let me know.
I will. You have a silly little cow down there, by the way.
Yay! I'll get him. Uno momento. Dude, he was an ass to get in there. Oh my god.
Yeah.
He was like climbing all over the. He was climbing all over the fences and refused to go in, and there was a zombie coming after me.
Sounds stressful.
Yeah, it was.
Maybe it's good that I didn't go to the other island if they're such bitches.
Probably. So are there none at your island?
What? Mushrooms?
Yeah.
No, there's a good amount.
Okay.
There's a good amount on both of them. The island that I'm living on just has more space.
So are you on the bigger one or the smaller one?
I'm on the bigger one.
Gotcha.
Because I was like, I want space. And the other one was closer to people, but that doesn't matter when I'm building.
Right.
And I'm already relatively close. It's just a bit of a, like, maybe a 3 minutes boat ride.
Okay.
I wish I could make, like, Noah's Ark boats.
That'd be crazy.
That'd be so funny. Imagine those, like, pulling up.
Oh my god.
I'm debating if I want to log off at home, because I'm gonna hop off here soon, because I have things to do tomorrow.
Right.
I have to be a person again.
Ugh.
Imagine.
Can't. Ow, motherfucker. Yeah, there's a careful.
Jesus Christ, you've spawned. Dude, I'm so happy I have none of these motherfuckers. It makes mining so much fun.
Yeah, that's the one bad thing about my area, is there's just lots and lots of mobs.
You got trolled.
Ah! Got him. Motherfucker, I hear you. Stop it. Let me...
Yeah, I'm supposed to also be giving Queen to, 2 cows.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That might have to wait for another day, though.
Right. Well, feel free to log off here if you want to.
I might. Cause it's such a long boat ride.
Right.
I might also... Is Queen streaming? Yeah, Queen's streaming, I think.
Motherfucker, I was so far away from you, you bitch.
Alrighty. It was fun. I'm gonna do something.
Okay.
August.
I gotta fix this. Damn it. Okay, good enough. I lost like half my stack for that. That's so dumb. Oh, Jesus. Okay. So this is the west one. Where's the west one? Something just slammed against my door. I don't know if you guys heard that, but damn. It's gotta be over. Okay, it's further this way. That's fine. Okay. I'm like 1 off. That's amazing. Hot diggity damn. Okay. I'm gonna take some from over here to help me out, because I don't want to leave this and then forget where it is. Perfect. So we have 1 corner mapped out. That's something. Alright, I need another shovel. That looks bigger. I might go down in there. I need more torches, though. Here, I have 2 wool. Or 2 wool, yeah, 2 wheat. Let's make these 2 have a baby. Make it a babies. Wow! Amazing. And that's where babies come from, kids. You give each of the parents a piece of wheat, and out pops a baby. Don't come to me for that advice, by the way, because that's exactly what I'll say. And that's exactly why I'm not having kids. Because I would never be able to explain it to them. Damn, it's just me, Queen, and Ray now. Here it is. There we go. I'm not listening to Sign of the Times right now. I will, however, listen to Maneater. Okay. Jesus, how many trees are just like on each other right here? Damn, they fucking. God damn. Okay, we're gonna try and see if this lines up. Very much no. Very much no. So this is east, right? So we're looking at the x-axis. I did not mean to screenshot. Thank you, Kate Natrix, for the raid. Very much appreciated. Welcome in. How was stream? Okay, that is the extent of my food. Whoopsies. Glad to hear it. Okay. Is this far enough? Probably not. Oh, Pride's back. Ooh, we're close. I don't know why I keep looking as if I can't just use... It's been good, thank you. This is... I should probably explain. This is the Kingdoms SMP. It's an SMP that I have ownership over. It is just launched today, as you can tell by the title. Oh, Pride's having issues. But it's just started today. It is kind of like the Empire's SMP with LD Shadow Lady, Joel, all them. And let's see, 7703, 7704. Here we are. Okay. So it's kind of like that SMP in that everybody is assigned a specific biome. Except we've gotten very specific. So my biome is Dark Oak. We have like an oceans biome, lush cave. We have some sub biomes as well. Like we have ice spikes. And the rules about your biomes are that you can only harvest in your biome. You can only live and build in your biome. So anything you want outside of your biome, you have to trade for with other people. And we also made it a little bit more complicated by chucking the Origins mod on top of it. So I am an evoker. We have a bee, feline. So that kind of like adds a little bit more difficulty to things, which also makes it a little bit more fun as well. I'm just gonna count that as one. And yeah, this was day one, so a lot of us kind of just went, found our biomes, and have been doing our own thing since then. Although there has been some trading already. I traded with our resident, what are they called? Sporling? Something? Truffle. Our resident Truffle, who lives in the mushroom fields. I traded with them for some mushroom cows. Some mushrooms. So I did that. I've traded with a couple other people, and just have open-ended, like, you'll owe me a favor type deals with them, which I'm very excited about, by the way, because I could lean them toward my side if there's a war. And that's something as well. We can make alliances, we can start wars. So I'm trying to get as many people on my side as possible, because I'm planning on being a little bit of an anti-hero, so we'll see. Thank you. We are actually looking for more members. We've been specifically trying to get people who are small content creators, which you fit that role. So yeah, just DM me, either on here or on Discord. And, because the Discord link's in chat. Use the one that Semi sent if you're going to use Discord, and not the one that it automatically sends via the command, because that one for some reason is a little funky. But yeah, if you want to DM me on Discord, you can, and we'll go from there. While you walk away. Because we have several different positions left. We have Badlands, Oceans, and Lush Caves. And then we might have Taiga, or not Taiga, we might have Snowy Slopes available as well, because the Snowy Slopes guy has a really busy schedule right now, so he said he might not be able to join. So yeah. Just DM me and let me know. And we're just starting out, so it's not like you're really missing anything. So, and some of the people who are part of the SMP couldn't make it tonight anyway, so it's not crazy important to either make it tonight or not make it, so I'm gonna have to connect it over the water. I think I do want like a portion of the water in my sector, in my like sectioned off area, so I'm gonna get some more dirt and do that. Slice of heaven that I gave to you last night. I'm probably going to need to lower it down by another layer, but that means this is going to open. Sounds good. Actually, let me list off who we have so far as origins and biomes, because I think it's kind of cool. Funny is the flower forest and the bee origin. Queen is the birch forest and the florin origin. Blitz is the taiga biome and the fox origin. River is the desert biome and the hare origin. River didn't make it tonight, but was in chat briefly. I am Dark Oak Forest Evoker. Ray is plains biome and undead origin. I actually have I traded with Ray and I now have an open-ended deal with them. Levi is the jungle biome and the feline origin. Levi also wasn't here tonight. Y'all, I'm dumb. Oh no, what did Ray do? Chisei is the mangrove swamp biome and the witch origin in a cave. How'd you trap yourself in a cave? Lily is the savanna biome and avian origin. Finn was the ice spikes and the wolf origin. Yido is the one who might not be actually in the SMP, to be determined. Snowy slopes and snow golem origin. 8 is the mushroom fields and truffle origin, and Pride is the swamp biome and slime origin. So we have pretty much all of the main biomes covered, except for like Badlands, Lush Caves, and Ocean. I feel like Ocean could be really cool, by the way. Ocean is Drowned, Badlands is Phantom, and Lush Caves is the Arachnid. But yeah, I think personally that it could be really cool to be Badlands. I considered having Badlands be the Avian because of all the, like, tall bits, but Avian worked well with Savannah, so. Please lead me out. Will you hang me out to dry? And I should mention it's like a loosely lore-based streaming server. So like, if you want to have lore, you can, but you don't have to. A lot of us have like characters and stories for our characters and stuff. But if you just want the only lore that happens with you to be organic lore that happens because of like wars and stuff, then that's totally chill. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Don't you miss me when I'm gone? I feel like oceans would be really good too because there's so much ocean that you would just be able to like claim everything. Like, oh yep, this is mine too. Okay, so I'm watching. I have 30, 110. 8, 9, 10. Okay. This is where the line is. Oh, whoop. Did I fuck that up a little bit? I did, definitely. Because that's not where this is. Yeah, I can see it from here. Oh, wait, no, it is. It looks so fucked. I'd love to be an ocean dweller. Wouldn't that be sick? I think I was, yeah, for streamer games. Yeah. Okay, so 110. Yeah, I think we were on the same team. That's awesome. I knew your name from somewhere. Okay. Okay, I need more dirt. I'm trying to mark out where my walls are gonna be. Not that I can really do anything with the ocean that I have, like, cut off, but it's nice to have a little bit of water, you know? If I do end up joining, I call Phantom or Ocean Dweller. Everyone got their assignments randomly, so I will have to randomize it and choose the same way for you guys. You guys will obviously have more, like, not more, but less options than a lot of us did. But at least the way that it's set up is supposed to be, like, random and a surprise, specifically so no one chooses, like, a biome just because they're like, oh yeah, I love that biome, you know? And also just so it's a little bit more difficult for people, you know? That was, like, the main reason I did that initially, was because I wanted people to be given a challenge. Like, someone who is used to building in a specific biome and with specific items now has to build with completely different stuff, you know? So. Thank you, thank you. I try to make it as fair as possible. I don't want people to, like, be like, oh, I want that biome, and then everyone else who could have potentially done great in that biome just has to deal with, like, something else, you know? And personally, I know a lot of people currently on the server really enjoy the spruce biomes, so I didn't want everyone to be fighting for the spruce, or the lush cave. I knew the lush cave was going to be a popular one, so. Everybody's getting iron before I do. I mean, I got 2 pieces of iron and I used them on shears so I could get leaves for my house. But, like, everyone's making iron tools and stuff. I've barely gone mining, to be fair, though. I went mining in, like, the little cave I have outside my house, but that's about it. Whoop. I need that. Give me that back, motherfucker. I also knew one person was like, oh, you could be really OP in the oceans. So I knew they were probably going to want to go for the ocean. So that was also part of my drive to make things random. There's also a bit of a personal thing as well. I was like, you know, if I got the chance, I don't know what the fuck I would pick. And I was struggling with, like, do I want to make it easy for myself or not? So I just took the option out of my own hands. It's cool, because like I said, it's all small streamers. Like, I think only one of us is close to 1,000. So we're really small. But it's nice because we get to grow together and support each other and everything, so. And we're using proximity chat. As you can probably tell with the mic that keeps popping up in the corner. It's slightly covered by the music, but, makes things a little bit more fun. Because then we can only message and chat and or converse when we're nearby. It's also kind of fun because we've been spooking each other by accident. Damned if I don't. I don't know if I want to listen to this. I need more torches. I have way too dark of a biome to not be having a shit ton of torches on me to light up my areas. Also, sorry if you keep hearing my chair. I'm moving a lot, and the chair is very creaky, and I also have a little, stepping stool under the desk so that I can just put my feet up. Because I'm one of those people that, like, curls up like a fucking gremlin with, like, my knees to my chest and everything. I'm a hobgoblin. So. Alright, I'm gonna go back to the house. Take a sleep. And I need more food, for sure. Are you sure?
Are you sure about that?
Ah! I knew it was coming and it spooked me anyway. Alright, we go sleep, we make some torches, light up the area. feels weird to be sitting up. I'm doing the same right now. Hell yeah. Let me tilt this up a little bit. I have the camera even positioned because of the way that I tend to sit. Would you be welcome to people who like to join other streams but not stream so much themselves? It's mainly for small streamers. Just so that like we have a community and can, like I said, build off each other and make lore and everything. And it's also partially because it is loosely lore based that I want each person's end of the lore to be covered. So that if something lore based happens, someone has it recorded or streamed. So yeah. Wow, that did not go far. There's so many of these dudes. I hear him. Ugh. Ow, motherfucker. God damn it. Oh, fuck. Ooh, I got a bow. Now I have a crossbow and a bow. Notice you. Noticing me. Across the room, I can see everything. Can't stop myself from looking. Noticing you. Noticing me. Okay. I'm struggling on food, but it's okay. I should probably check my stuff over here. Okay, we have a couple growths. Now that I know where the walls are gonna be. Hello, babies! Because I know where the walls are gonna be now, I can probably make the farm I wanted to make. Excuse me, and not worry about where it is too much. Oh, that was painful. Give me that shit. Alright, we're gonna make some bread. Lose myself up nose. I just had to let you know you're mine. Oh, he's an adult. Oh my goodness. Our little baby is all grown up. That didn't take long. Oh, they gave me fish. Let's fucking go, lads. Oh, up, up, up. Up, 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 up. Oh, I just had to let you know you're. Yeah, I'm really gonna have to move this and make a dedicated farm area, but I want to finish up these walls first. Hey, big dude. Thank you for stopping by. I have had a good stream tonight. Thank you for asking. How are you doing? Good enough. Ow, motherfucker. Okay. Oh, 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 oh. I'm the hype man for every animal I see jumping or spinning. I can't just leave them hanging. I don't know why I started going this direction. I don't even know if this is the right way. They hop in. Oh, well, I guess it's just a matter of figuring out where I stop, huh? This is the west wall. The west is 78704. I think I got that wrong. I think it was 804. Yeah, I think it was 804. Because I feel like that could be wrong. Well, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Was I right? Oh, here it is. I wasn't even right. It's 819. Oh, I was looking at the wrong one. That would explain it. Whoopsies. Okay. Steal some of this bitch. It's not really stealing, it's my land. But feels a little wrong. I think once I get these walls done, or like the outline for the walls done, which should only take a minute or two more, depending on how long it takes me to get enough dirt and connect it all. I think I'm gonna end stream after that, just because this has been over 4 hours, which is a little bit more than I usually do. I'm not gonna stop playing on here. I'm gonna continue clearing out this area of all the trees and everything, because that's offline shit. But just want to warn you guys so you're not surprised. Sorry that this has been a little bit of a mundane stream. It is launch day, so there is like a lot to do, and I want to just make my house and clear out this area as quickly as possible. Partially because all these people are suiting up, and I'm a little worried that they're gonna fight me sometime, and I'm not gonna be ready. So, but yeah, welcome in, big dude. I will explain the server to you like I did the others, which I tend to forget to explain what I'm doing. But this is Kingdoms SMP. As it says on the stream title, this is the launch day. So this is the first time this has been open for all of the members of the SMP. We are doing things. The idea for the server is based loosely off of the Empire's SMP, which has like LD Shadow Lady, Joel, aka Smallish Beans, all those guys. I think it also has Joey Graceffa in it, I'm pretty sure. And essentially the whole idea, if you haven't seen theirs before, is that each player on the server has been designated a specific biome. And what that means is, you can only build, harvest, live in the biome you've been designated. If you want blocks from other biomes, tough shit, you'll have to trade for them. And we also made it a little bit harder by adding on origins. So I'm an evoker and I live in the Dark Oak Forest. We have like a bee that lives in, not the birch, in the flower forest, sorry. Bee origin in the flower forest. And if you haven't heard of the origins mod, the origins mod adds like race type things to the game, but they're all based off mobs in the game. So like I said, we've got the bee, evoker, feline, wolf, all stuff that's in the game. And each of the origins have different buffs and debuffs. So my debuff is that I can't trade with villagers, and I've also recently found out that iron golems dislike me very much. They killed me immediately when I saw them. And then my buffs are, I have like a higher percentage chance of Totems of the Undying not breaking when I use them. And also, I can do this thing called summon my evoker fangs, which, let me show you quick. It does that. So I can hurt people using the evoker fangs, but it's a timed thing. So like you see down at the bottom, there's a little bar. But those are really my only buffs and debuffs. Mine's not too bad. There are some mob origins that have more of effect on your gameplay. Like, for example, some of the origins make you a vegetarian. We have an undead, aka a zombie, that can only eat rotten flesh. The phantom and the undead both burn in the sunlight and get hurt in the sunlight. Like, I had to give our undead origin player an umbrella so he'd be able to go out in the sun. So it's pretty cool. And it's all exclusive to small content creators. Like, we're all underneath 1,000 followers, I'm pretty sure. That's it, I'm in. But it's exclusive to small content creators, just so we have like somewhere to play together, grow together, be able to support one another in a shared space, and be able to like get to know one another. So it's pretty fun. And we have like 3 openings. 2 of them that'll probably be filled relatively soon, considering you guys said you wanted to join. So we have technically 1 opening left. But yeah, it's been pretty fun so far. We all hung out in spawn for a little bit, talking and showing off our powers and everything. And then we all split off to go to our own biomes. And since then, we've been trading. Oh. I traded with the truffle origin, my friend ate, for some mushrooms. I should make some bowls. That'd make things a lot easier, huh? Yeah, I traded with him for the mushrooms. I traded with Ray. I technically didn't trade with Ray. Well, I kind of did. The trade is that Ray gets an umbrella and doesn't burn in the sunlight. And I'm going to call upon Ray whenever I need to. For, like, battle or whatever. They don't know that. But I left it open-ended, like, you owe me a favor. So that's going to be the favor. I traded with... Who did I trade with? Alright, drove the whole time. But that's okay, I'll just avoid the hole so you sleep fine. I traded with Lily for a diamond. I've been trading my dark oak saplings mainly. But I traded Ray an umbrella. I traded Finn a grass block because Finn's in the ice spikes. I traded Finn a grass block, another open-ended, you'll owe me one. But yeah, good shit. Yeah, lots of trading going on. And other people were trading as well. They were trading at spawn for like wool or whatever they needed. Oh, you just came right up here, huh, bud? Hello, little cutie. You wanna go in my little pen sometime soon? I have a couple things that I'm gonna monopolize as well eventually once I get there. I know where the mansion is, so I'm gonna go to the mansion, get allays, trade for the allays. Totems of Undying I'm gonna trade for. I'm gonna be very careful about that trade though, because I mentioned it before, I want to be an anti-hero. I consider it a bit of an anti-hero, because I'm basically saying fuck everybody else. I'm doing what's best for me and mine. And no one really knows that yet other than 8 and you guys. Whoop! I didn't realize how far that went. Damn. But yeah, so I'm gonna be a little bit of an anti-hero. Not that it's gonna be horrible. I'm not gonna be like a pure villain or anything, but if I feel like someone's threatening my biome or they have something I want, it might be a little bit dangerous. I already have some trades planned. Like, I want to trade with... Hey, Ray! Thank you for the raid! Welcome in, everybody! I'm doing the same thing as Ray was, so don't have to explain things to you guys. But welcome in! How was stream? How'd you guys do? How's it going? Motherfucker. But yeah, I'm gonna trade with my friend Levi for stuff. Good shit. Got a lot of trades planned and going on. Hey, Scoot! Welcome in! I don't know where... Oh, here it is. Okay, so this is the north one. So it's right here. Wow, I was close. I was real close. Damn. Okay. Whoop. There we go. It fixed itself. Oh, duh, the line's right here. Okay. Boom. Done. Nightbot, I swear to God. I'm gonna get more cornbread I can save, not died since... Oh. Amazing. Is that why you keep sending it? Because it keeps saying this is the Discord, and you're like, fuck no it's not. Look at you on it, Semi. Okay, I didn't get hurt. That's good. Well, thank you for correcting Nightbot. Okay. Yeah, I definitely need more torches. I underestimated how many I'd be using. I can light this place up as I clear it out. It's gonna be a lot of space. I also have this dirt now, so I can make the farm I wanted to once I level this area. Or maybe I'll do it somewhere else. I'll do it somewhere else. Right here is probably fine. I shouldn't have any issues with it. Or you know what? No. I'll do it over here. Can I edit that? I don't know if you can. Because I just log in with my Twitch, I think, for Nightbot. Who the fuck is hissing, motherfucker? Bitch. Goddamn. I can't place it because I haven't cleared the place out. Okay, anyway. I wanted to do that, but I'll have to wait. At least I have the dirt for it. I'm gonna do one of those layered farms. I kind of wanted to do the rolling hills of wheat type thing, but I can't really do that here and not have it kind of go crazy, especially with how I am. I don't know when to stop. But speaking of stopping, we're gonna end off stream here. But yeah. I feel like we got quite a bit done. It doesn't seem like it, but I feel like we did. Because we outlined where the walls are gonna go. We have cleared out a fair bit of area. We've made some trades. We have some possible alliances going on. Some good shit.